afternoon, members, minister, officials, and welcome to the Budget Committee meeting. Before we get started, congratulations, Minister Bartman, on the tabling of your first MTBPS. Before we get into the deliberations, if we can just do a short round of introductions, starting with the members. I'm Peter Johnson. I'm the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Budget. If we can start with members to my left. Member Syed, over to you.
Good morning. Khalid Sayed, Leader of the Opposition.
Good morning, Pet Lekker.
Good morning, Francois.
Good morning, I'm Benedicta van Minnen, Chair of .P.
Good day, Brian, Chairperson of Environment, Local Government and Development Planning.
Good morning, I'm Leon van Wyk. I'm the Chair of Education Standing Committee.
Good morning, I am Derek Wessels, Chairperson of Infrastructure and a member of the committee. Thanks.
Good morning, Gillian Postman, Chief Whip and Chairperson of the Parliamentary Oversight Committee.
Morning, I'm Basil Petrus, member.
I'm Thomas Walters, Chairperson of Community Safety and Police Oversight and Sport and Cultural Affairs.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emery Boyson, the Chairperson for Health and Wellness.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Noko Masipa. I'm a member of this committee. I'm also a chairperson on agriculture, economic development and tourism. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Rachel van Vogel.
Thank you, members, minister, officials, over to you.
Good
Chairperson.
afternoon.
Apologies, members. I briefly forgot about the virtual platform. Members on the online platform, please introduce yourselves.
Good day, Chairperson Wendy Kaiser-Philander, the Chairperson for Social Development.
Morning, Chairperson Benson Rainswood, a member of Mobility, Police Oversight, Community Safety and Arts, Sports and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We just have two members on the online platform. Apologies, Minister. Over to you and the officials for introductions.
Thank you, Deirdre Bartman. Good morning, Minister of Finance.
Good morning, Chairperson, members. Jolinda Gantana, Head of the Department.
Good morning, Annelies Fick, Provincial Government Finance.
Good morning, Zenit Ismail, and Program Manager for Strategic Management Information Department of the Premier.
Good morning, Malcolm Boyson, Fiscal Policy.
Good morning, Nadia Rinquist, Public Policy Services.
Good morning, Shannon Ingle, Local Government Budget Office.
Good morning, Santi Roy, Local Government Supply Chain Management.
Good morning, Paul Pinar, Business Information and Data Management.
Good morning, Faisal Nurdin, Department of the Premier, Provincial Data Office.
Good morning, Ziad Majid, Infrastructure.
Morning, Michelle Nicholas, Provincial Government Finance.
Good morning, Taryn van der Rede, Provincial Government Budget Office.
Good morning, all Celeste Minter, the Budget Office.
Thank you very much. I see on the online platform member Lita Kong also joined us, as well as member Stevens in the house. Welcome to you, members. Members, before we get started, just in terms of apologies, we have not received any apologies for today's Budget Committee meeting. I just want to confirm with Mr. Davids, is that correct? Thank you, that is correct. Members, before we get started, I would just like to afford the Minister the opportunity for opening remarks. Should she wish to speak to us a bit more, she's welcome to do so.
Chair, I've been speaking for the past hour and 45 minutes. I would like to hand over to the committee, and we've also obviously tabled these, quite frankly, world-class publications, and a lot of work has got into them. So I think it would be wonderful if the committee can lead us as to what more they would like to know. HOD?
Thank you, Minister. HOD, something from your side at this stage? Thank you, HOD. Members, this Provincial Treasury did indicate that we will start with the Mero. Is that correct, HOD? The Mero first? Thank you very much. Members, we will now be briefed on the Municipal Economic Review and Outlook, the Mero. If I just want to check in terms of the procedure that we will cover all the items on the agenda before we move over to the deliberations, or would we doesn't matter. Okay, I think let's start with the Mero, and we'll see where the time takes us, and then we will take it from there. Over to you, Minister and HOD. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. The team will take the committee through the Mero, but safe to say, I'm glad to see that the members have got the books. There's 6 publications, 6 consisting of all districts as well as the metro, and each booklet has got the detail of the municipality within the district as well. So it's rich with information, and then members will see that the sections, there's 3 sections. The first section deal with the macroeconomic performance and outlook. The second, section B, with the economic growth and job creation, and section C with safety and well-being. I'd just also like to add, because when we were back here with the Pero, we indicated that we are coming with the Mero, and it's important that as a portfolio of evidence that these 2 publications be looked at in its entirety and as a whole. I'm going to hand over to Ms. Nadia Rinquest to take us through the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you so much, HOD, and good morning, Chair and honourable members. My name is Nadia Rinquest. I'm the project coordinator for the Mero. This year, Paul, can we just go back to the first slide, please? As our HOD mentioned, this year we used the Mero as the theme for the Mero was infrastructure as pathways to progress, to look at a common thread of the impact of infrastructure investment within local government. With regards to the Mero this year, as our HOD mentioned, there are 6 booklets. Next slide, please. In terms of the Mero, every year we'd like to have new innovations within the Mero. This year we have included the Financial Sustainability and Good Governance Index, which is a key lever for infrastructure development, as it looks as the insights from Ratings Africa. The Financial Sustainability Index, we have included more detail on environmental risk and vulnerability data due to, we would like to begin tracking climate change concerns and impact within the province. We have the housing market studies. We have new and updates on different districts' housing markets. We have included the growth potential of town study insights. We have insights into GBV prevalence. Those are insights from the victim empowerment program. We also have health and education infrastructure analysis, which is also new to the 2024-25 Mero. And exciting for us this year, we had a collaboration with the Children's Commission, as our minister mentioned in a speech, where the Mero was broken down into insights that young people can understand. So the key messages that we see coming out of the 2024-25 Mero, we do see that economic growth is tracking above the national average, which is great for the Western Cape, and we expect that it will continue on this trajectory. We see a subdued inflation level. We know that currently the inflation level is sitting at 2.8%, which is below the 3 to 6% band that is set by the Reserve Bank, and we saw a 0.25 base point decrease in our interest rates last week. We saw a recovery of the tourism industry following the COVID-19 pandemic, and an increase in this year of a 20% year-on-year increase. Improved unemployment levels across the province, driven by robust growth in the agriculture, the tourism, the transport, and the logistics sectors. We see the effects of climate change becoming more and more evident, given the disasters, the flooding, fires, and this is causing a downside risk to the agricultural sector. Well-being indicators, however, showing a general improvement, although we still have concerns with regards to our safety metrics. Moving on to Section A of the Meadow, we do give you a nice macroeconomic context in Section A. It's a summary of our sister publication, the Meadow, and we detail the global and national insights happening in relation to the Western Cape. We are seeing modest economic growth. In my last 9 years in the Treasury, this is the first time I am saying modest. We have been saying low or no economic growth for many, many years. We're seeing jobs starting to recover nationally and in the Western Cape. As I mentioned, falling interest rates, the risks related to climate change and load shedding. Well, even though we haven't had in the past 200 days, we do see rising electricity costs. That's becoming a new risk. And we have a QR code in the middle that will give you the link to the PERO document should you want to further read the information in the PERO. Moving on to Section B of the Meadow. Next slide. We look at the regional GDPR and employment performance. If you look at the graph on the left, this speaks to the regional contributions to the Western Cape's economy, with the Cape Metro remaining the economic engine in the Western Cape province. And given the data from the last year, there hasn't been much change in the increase in contributions. What is interesting to note, though, that the districts are starting to contribute a larger and larger percentage to the economy of the Western Cape, speaking to growth in regional performance. And this is mirrored in the same way in relation to the employment contribution to the province. Next slide, please. In terms of regional performance and GDPR performance and forecast, the regional GDPR growth rates have been quite differentiated across districts, indicating the need to deconcentrate economic contribution. When we look at the trend line, the historical trends in terms of the GDPR performance, we will see that the economies of the Western Cape are quite interlinked. And when you see shocks to the system, such as heightened droughts or the pandemic, you will see a sharp contraction in all of the economies. What we are seeing now in 2023, the data says that the growth trend is starting to normalize after the sharp rebound we saw after the COVID-19 pandemic. However, due to climate change effects as well as the weakening exchange rate, we are seeing a decline in GDPR growth. The table on the right speaks to the forecast and what we are expecting to see in terms of 24, 25, and 26 within the province. And interesting to note that you will see a higher forecasted GDPR growth in both the Overberg as well as in the Central Karoo, even though it is coming from a relatively small base. In terms of sectoral contributions and performance, we see that the agriculture sector remains under stress due to high operating as well as input costs, as well as extreme weather events such as flooding and fires. The finance, insurance, real estate, and business services remain the mainstay of economic growth thanks to its linkages to the manufacturing and agricultural sector. What's interesting to note is the transport sector continue to show strong growth, probably the strongest growth across all of the districts. We just need to note that the transport, storage, and communication sector is an ancillary sector, is an ancillary service that supports other sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, getting things to port, getting things to market. So when those sectors are performing, you will also see strong performance in the transport sector. We've also seen the growth in the transport sector due to migration into the province, due to the onset of courier services, due to the advent of online shopping growing since the pandemic, as well as the logistics sector. Across the districts, we see the lowest growth or rather a contraction within the West Coast district of 0.1%. This is mainly due to the rurality of the West Coast district and that a lot of the economy is based in the primary sector or in the agricultural sector per se. Moving on to regional employment performance, what the metric we're looking at on the left is called net employment. and that is a vital metric used for assessing the overall health and the direction of the job market. We calculated by taking the total number of job gains and subtracting the total number of job losses. So the figures that you see reflected is the net employment, and you will notice a sharp contraction. We lost about 120,000 jobs during 2020. We lost a further 38,000 jobs in 2021, but we do see a sharp recovery in 22 and 23. If we go to pre-COVID 2019 levels, we are still around about 14,000 jobs short compared to the pre-COVID levels. With regards to the unemployment rate, positive to note that the unemployment levels are below the national average, way below actually of 33%. However, there are stark differences between the districts, and specifically in the Central Karoo and the Garden Route, quite high unemployment rates. With regards to regional tourism performance, 2023 recorded a substantial improvement in the bed nights across the province. Notably, the number of bed nights, if you compare the bottom bar graph of 2019 to the top graph of 2023, you will notice that we are almost back to pre-COVID levels. The Garden Route recorded the highest number of bed nights, followed by the Cape Metro and the Cape Winelands. The bottom graphs in the terms of tourism spending as a proportion of GDPR, the value of tourism to regions such as the West Coast, Overberg and Garden Route is evident. Most regions have recorded improvements since 2021, except for the Central Karoo district. This is largely because the Central Karoo district is reliant on domestic tourism more than international tourism, and in times of fiscal constraint, many people don't travel as often. In Section C, we look at our safety and well-being metrics. If we look at our demographic distribution, we use the mid-year population estimates that was released by Stats SA to reflect the population within the province. We see the Cape Metro and the Garden Route are rising, reflecting the expansions as economic hubs of the province. Compared to over the last 10 years, the data is showing either rising or stagnant contributions for most of the districts. With regards to GDP per capita, because our population growth is outpacing our economic growth, you will see a resulting decline in GDP or per capita across the district. With regards to poverty and food security, and the metric that we look at here, we look at whether a household is able to meet the minimum required daily energy intake, and for them to be able to do that, a person needs to be able to spend 663 Rand on food each month, according to Stats SA. And across the district, we see municipalities that have very high levels of food poverty, namely Saldanha, Oudtshoorn, Prince Albert, Beaufort West, and George. And we see the lowest levels of food poverty in Witzenberg, Cedarburg, Langeberg, Theewaterskloof, and Matsikama. With regards to inequality and the Gini coefficient, we see that the province has recorded declines in income inequality. The CKD, however, struggles with low levels of economic growth and high unemployment rates, but it still has the lowest levels of inequality in the province. We are trying to keep our inequality below levels of 0.60 according to the National Development Plan of 2030. However, there are municipalities within the province that have inequality levels of higher than 0.60, and that is Beetle Municipality, Knysna, Overstrand, Stellenbosch, Mossel Bay, and George. With regards to our education outcome, we see improvement in retention rates across most districts, except in the Garden Route, Overberg, and the Central Karoo. However, with regards to the matric pass rates, you will notice that we see an improvement in most districts' matric pass rates year on year. Very specifically, high matric pass rates in the Garden Route as well as the Central Karoo district. We look at health and well-being. We have several indicators in the middle. We've just highlighted two indicators here. One indicator is related to teenage pregnancy, and we see teenage pregnancy rates increasing in 10 municipal areas between 2021 and 23. We specifically have concerns regarding Bergrivier Municipality, Hessequa, Beaufort West, Laingsburg, and Oudtshoorn Municipality. With regards to neonatal mortality rates, the mortality rates are showing a downward trend overall, and however, some municipalities have relatively high rates, such as Laingsburg and Hessequa. Next, we look at the Human Development Index, and that is a composite index that measures social and economic development by considering health, education, as well as income. The HDI continues to show an overall improvement, even though it is marginal. It is still recovering from pandemic levels. However, public sector investment into health and education will reflect in a positive increase in HDI, even if the economy is not growing. This year, we've also included data on the housing demand database, and what you'll see is the total number of waiting applications on the Western Cape Housing Demand Database, going from 9,000 applications waiting in the Central Karoo to 391,000 applications in the city of Cape Town. And when we look at the demand year-on-year change, that's the graph on the left, the demand for housing has increased in the last year, strong growth recorded in the Overberg district as well as the Central Karoo district. So you will notice that populations are migrating to these areas and are registering on the housing waiting databases. Then we've also seen the growth in informal dwellings in areas such as Grabouw, Verliersdorp in Theewaterskloof municipality, as well as Kleinmond in the Overstrand. With regards to ASIC's basic services, it has increased across all municipalities. There are still, however, some municipalities where refuse removal remains a challenge. And then lastly, Chair and honourable members, we looked at the crime rates. And if you look across the last 6 years from 2017 to 23, which is the graph on the top left, you will notice that the crime rates have decreased significantly. Specifically, the low dip is obviously the 2020-21 year where the crime was very low, but we are seeing that the crime is starting to pick up again, especially when it comes to serious crimes related to murder. However, across the Cape Metro, specifically in the West Coast District, we have seen lower levels of crime compared to last year. Most of the serious crimes, the highest rate is related to drug-related crime, as well as large increases recorded in cartels and mafia concerns across the province. That is all the data recorded in the Meadow for 2020-25, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Chair, I just want to add two things. So in every Meadow book, I know I mentioned it in the speech, but in every Meadow book, you will find the photo that the children monitors have drawn for us, just in terms of how they interpret the respective meadows. But also just to note that yesterday when the crime statistics were published, so our books went to printers before the new crime statistics were published. So that just needs to be taken into a context that some of the crime statistics have since changed after publication. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Members, we will now move over to questions on the presentation. If we can do a round of 3 questions first and then allow the department to answer, and then we will do more questions. So, members, any questions or comments, please indicate so now. I see Member van Wyk, Member Boysen, and Member Nkondlo in that order. Member van Wyk.
Thanks, Chair. I've just been looking at the regional tourism performance, which is slide 11. I noticed there under Overberg showing at present, I think, 5.7 million bed nights, which appears to be higher than Cape Metro at 3.7. And, I just find that a little bit confusing that Overberg could be higher than Cape Metro. And, similarly going back to 2019, it also appears to be the case there that, I'm just querying whether those figures are correct.
Member Boysen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm now a resident of Central Karoo, and I don't see the review and outlook for Central Karoo as part of the pack.
The one with the windmill on it, Member Boyson, I think it's at the bottom of that stack. But if you don't have it, we will ensure that you get one.
I don't.
I've got one for him. I've got one for him.
Can I see?
I'll borrow it.
Thank you, Member Masipa. Thank you, Member
Thank you,
Boyson.
Member.
I'm sure you've got one now. Member Nkondlu, you had a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. My first question is on page 11. And I'm sure the department and the minister will pardon us because we just get the presentation and the books. So if we ask questions that may be answered in the books, we must be pardoned because the information just arrives now. Perhaps into the future, it would be better that the department distributes the booklets so that when the Mero is presented, at least we are given an opportunity to have read so that we ask intelligent questions. So please, let's be assisted to do our work much more better. Now, on slide number 11, I just want to understand if I'm reading the number of bed nights in the tourism performance versus the spending proportion. Because one looks at these number of bed nights. If you look at any for example, in Cape Metro, and I'm seeing the spending, which is, I think, from 2021 to 2023, 6.7% spending. And when you look at all other regions, as an example, which are even lower in terms of number of bed nights, but if you look at their spending percentage-wise, as it's represented here, it's higher. Maybe you can explain what does that mean so that we get to understand. And where can we also look at the relationship of employment numbers, as also a measure to understand this tourism performance. My second question, Chair, I think is on page 14, slide 14 and 15. I'm interested to know, here we are told of the poverty line, poverty and food security. And again, I'm asking a correlation between these regions. If I see the highest levels of food poverty is in Saldanha. And then in terms of inequality, we are told that the income inequality is going down in West Coast from 2021 to 2023. If we consider, and I'm asking once again to those who are specializing on data to tell us what does this mean, but also to try and understand when you say, inequality indicates, or this indicates more equal distribution. I think Minister did say so when in her presentation, that if you talk about a number that is almost above 6, actually 0.59, 0.6, if you round off, I think it was not even maths lit, it was arithmetic during my years of Bantu education, actually is 1. So I am interested indeed when consecutively, when Gini coefficient measure is presented, when there is a percentage that comes down, we create, or in our interpretation, we argue that it means income inequality is coming down. What does that mean in the true sense? What would you say is the difference in the lives of people? Because the truth of the matter is that we have been seeing, it has been also in the public domain, people complaining about the cost of living that is very high. So that is why I'm saying anything that is 0.6, when you round it off, is 1. It's actually, in terms of Gini coefficient measure, it's still very high. You know, if we're talking about 0.2s, obviously, at least we can even make such a judgment call. So I'm interested indeed just to understand, you know, how as a department, when you are interpreting data, you know, what are these things that substantively you are able to bring a conclusion that says, you know, income distribution, you know, is being equalized. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. Before we hand over to the department, a third question. I saw Member Bryant earlier, and then I'll get to Member Petrus in the next round. So, Member Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. Just in terms of, I mean, I don't know what page it's on with all of the other documents, but I'm on the Cape Metro one, and it's page 22. I assume it's probably the same. Figure 9 and Figure 10, talking around the sectoral employment contributions, Figure 9 specifically. Two things that jump out at me. The first one is 0.0 across the board in terms of mining and quarrying across the province. I mean, I would understand if it was a little bit less, but I mean, this is effectively saying that there's no mining or quarrying happening anywhere in the province, which can't be right. So I'm just, if you can just expand as to why it's 0.0 across the board. And then where would it be possible for us to get a breakdown in terms of the contribution of agriculture, forestry, and fishing? Because obviously those are 3 quite different sectors. The fishing in particular, you know, the province has over 50% of fish stocks. So we should be contributing significantly more than what we currently are to the GDP. And I'd be quite interested to find out what the breakdown is for those 3 in particular, if there is a place one can do that. Thanks.
Thank you, members. Over to the department, the Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just take some of the initial stuff. So just on the mining and the quarrying thing, when you see the 0.0, it's you're rounding down. And when you're adding all the districts up by the 0.1% at the end of the Western Cape on that page, it then rounds it back up in terms of just the decimal. So it's not that there aren't any mining and quarrying in the province. It's just that based on the decimal that you rounded off to, it rounds off either to 0 or you're rounding up to 1 specifically. But the department can also come in here. And then just on the rounding up to 1 on the Gini coefficient. So the reason we don't round up to 1 specifically is because you can only put the Gini coefficient between 0 and 1. So it's not like the other statistics where we'll say 59% out of the 100 or 80% out of the 100. The least income distribution inequality would be 1, and the most equal income distribution would be 0. So any region, any province, any country will only ever be between 0 and 1 specifically. That's why we don't round up to 1. But just in terms of the various differences, the department can also just come in there specifically. And just to Member Boyce, and I'm hoping you found your Central Karoo book, the pink one. Okay. Yes, and then I'll hand over to the department for the technical items. Thank you.
Nadia, go.
Thank you so much, members, for the questions. So with regard to the Overberg district numbers being higher than the Cape Metro, I almost want to say Mayor Van Wyk, we got to double check those numbers to confirm. But usually the bed nights are sometimes different in certain districts because of the amount of time that people spend traveling. If you count domestic tourists, say from the Cape Metro, for instance, they might spend 2 or 3 nights in certain districts compared to business travels, etc. But we will double check those numbers and get back to you on that one, give you a proper confirmation. Then with regards to Member Mkondlo's questions, just to reflect, for instance, the tourism contribution percentage. So tourism is a subsector of a bigger sector. It does not have its own sector. It's wholesale, retail, trade, accommodation, right? That's what we take tourism out as a subsector of that. So you look in the instance in the city of Cape Town that has a much larger economy than, for instance, the Overberg. So the tourism subsector as a subsector it's not the spending, it's the proportion of its contribution to the large economy. So in the city, it will reflect much smaller because there are much larger sectors that are operating within a metro. Compared to the Overberg, you will see a 16% contribution because tourism makes up a huge part of the economy. With regards to the poverty levels, you asked regarding the correlation. So what we're seeing coming through is that in areas that we are seeing high population, say migration or high migration trends in migration into those areas, for instance, like Saldanha, with the larger economies, they might have a high population of wealthier proportion of the constituents or the citizens, but they have a huge proportion of poor people within that area. So for instance, you get poorer municipalities such as Beaufort, the Prince Alberts, that literally just have high poverty levels, but you get large economies like Saldanha and George that people flock to because they think that it's economies that they will find jobs in. There's a perception that there's work there, and so they migrate into those municipalities and they get absorbed into the poverty level of the municipality. So, for instance, Saldanha is an example of that, Overstrand is an example of that, and George is an example of that. And then you actually have your high poverty level municipalities such as Beaufort and Prince Albert, and the data there will reflect high poverty levels with regards to that. With regards to income inequality and Gini efficient, I've said this many times before, South Africa has the highest income inequality in the whole world. 0.60 is the highest. You don't get beyond that in another world. And it does not change year on year, regardless of how many interventions you have into the economy. The wealthier people get wealthier and the poorer get poorer across the country. So unless you have high-level catalytic economic interventions that affect economic growth and jobs and poverty alleviation and crime all together in a holistic approach, you will see your inequality start to shrink. But when the economy is recovering and you will see the economy is growing and we say inequality is coming down, even if the inequality is not even just measured in 0.59, it's in 0.59872. Do you know what I mean? The number is much longer in decimals. We round it off that you will see a lot of 0.59s, a lot of 0.657s. There's no difference in that. You really need long-run sustainable economic interventions to effect a Gini coefficient to decrease substantially over a very long period of time. With regards to the Cape Metro and the mining question, Member Bryant, so this can be explained with what we call the HQ or the headquarter effect. So you will see a lot of mining happening in Cape Town, quarrying, sand mining. However, those businesses, the data that we use to collect the data, the SARS data, the spatial tax data, it is where the business is based. So for instance, if you see the now mining in Cape Town, but their business is registered in Johannesburg, their contribution to the economy will be registered in where the headquarters is based. So for instance, there's data you will see mollusks mined in the Central Karoo, or fish or whatever in the Central Karoo. It's not that it's in the city, there's no ocean, but it's based on the headquarter effect. So that is an issue with the data sources that we have available to us, that no one in this country has yet been able to resolve how you allocate where the activity is happening, like specifically only to that economy. The only way that we can do it is with the spatial tax data, where we take where you live and what you earn, and we know which jobs and sector you work in, and we disaggregate it down to that town level, and we say we know that in the Pineal town of Stellenbosch, this kind of companies work, people work in this industry, and we are able to allocate the contribution sector to that municipality. So the data does not exist where you can just pull it in terms of the head court effect. You have to disaggregate it yourself. And then you asked about the breakdown. We definitely have the breakdown. Obviously, it's subsectors, as I mentioned, like tourism, agriculture, forestry, fishing. We have all that breakdown. We are able to share that data with you if you're interested in that. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. We will, Member Comfort, we have requested that they bring you copies of the documents, or have you received the books? You're still waiting for them? Okay. I saw for a second round, I saw Member Petrus first. Any more hands, members? Member Stoffel and Member Van Vogel in that order. Just the first three, and then we'll do another round. So Member Petrus, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Pages 7 and 10. How many of that jobs in the Western Cape are permanent jobs? Can we have that breakdown? And how many are government jobs and EPWP opportunities?
Thank you, Member Petrus. Member Stoffel, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good morning, everybody. Chair, mine is on page 10. My question is that, noting that within the rural, which means the Central Karoo, West Coast, and Garden Route, we've noted that the unemployment rate is very high. And by noting that, my question is, in terms of economic development, as much as we know the districts mostly is working with these developments and it cascade to the municipalities, but at the end of the day, whatever development is there, it's not sustainable development. Because the reason why I'm saying it's not sustainable, if it was sustainable, it should then not have this high unemployment rate. The second thing is that and if there is job creation out of that economic development, which means it's most of that vacant employment is it's for a short term. Why they cannot out of this development permanent jobs in these areas, and why the potential of development is not being prioritized? Because if you go back in like the previous years, you will always have this low rate of unemployment in this area. It doesn't improve. Instead of improve, it's getting worse. So my question is based on that information that can you maybe tell us what is the plan of this committee minister in addressing this issue to a permanent issue whereby people will know tomorrow they still got a job? But because currently it's not assisting anyone in that areas, because everything stopped at the toll gate. You can see, go to Metro, it's 21%. It's mostly permanent jobs. But why it cannot happen on the other side? And then, like Central Karoo, got potential for economic development, but it was never been prioritized. That's my view. It was never been prioritized, Chairperson. So I thank you for those.
Thank you, Member Stoffel. Member Van Vogel, you were the last one for this round.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine is on page 17. I'm sure we will find it somewhere in the books, but nevertheless, we are here. I just want to check on the health and well-being. You mentioned teenage pregnancy rate increase in 10 municipalities areas between 2021 and 2023. Do you have the exact number in terms of the increase in the different municipalities? And is there one of those out of the 10 that indicate really that is there's a red flag? There needs to be intervention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member. Over to the department. Minister, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll somewhere start at the teenage pregnancy because it's very close to my heart. The two red flags that popped out was Laingsburg and it was Hessequa. And the department knows I have my own theories about why it happened in Laingsburg specifically, which I'll not traverse here because I don't have the data and the evidence to support whether or not that is the reason why the teenage pregnancies increased, because I was there for approximately 5 years. But it's very concerning because teenage pregnancies will directly relate to education, it will directly relate to economic opportunities. So, for example, if we're seeing teenage pregnancies increase, the first thing that also goes through my mind is, are we going to see in the future the HDI decreasing? Because the HDI speaks to the quality of life and the majority of the metrics, for example, in the HDI speaks to health, speaks to education. Whereas Gini coefficient, for example, speaks about equal income distribution. So, for example, in a poor community, if the highest income is low, and if the lowest income is high, if everyone is essentially poor together, the Gini coefficient will decrease because the difference between the lowest and the highest is actually a little bit. Whereas if you have an economy where jobs are increasing and you have in-migration of both rich and poor persons, you're going to see different fluctuations in the different metrics as well. I sometimes use myself as an example when I try to go through the different metrics. If I get a job, but if the income I get from the job is not enough to put food on my table, you will see jobs increasing, but I still might be below the poverty line because maybe the money I'm earning is not enough. If I get a new job, then it means I've lost a job on one hand, but I've gained a job. So the net increase in jobs will be zero. But if my salary increased, then you will see maybe the possibility of the Gini coefficient where I live increasing because my salary increase in relation to everyone else is now bigger. Food poverty, teenage pregnancies, it's all of those type of metrics that we try our best to read them all with one another. But I'm just going to ask the team to come in more if they have specific reasons why in that particular regions. Again, I have my own theories based on my previous constituency, which I'll not traverse here. And then just on the municipalities' local economic development. So I've tried my best to get to every district and the municipalities before the MTBPS. Unfortunately, I was not able to get to the Cape Winelands district because that particular one was postponed. But something that really came out and feedback from the MMCs of finance, and some MMCs of finance are also mayors in the respective areas, is just the importance of using this data and evidence also for their budget process. So while there is a mandate for economic development from the province's side, there's also an economic development mandate from municipality side. And something that I'm really trying to urge municipalities is please use the data and the evidence that we've tabled to also inform your budgetary processes. Because I would also, for example, in the Central Karoo want to know, okay, Beaufort, what are you doing in terms of economic empowerment? Laingsburg, what are you going to do in terms of economic empowerment? Prince Albert, what are you going to do in terms of economic empowerment? And so as I go through every single district, I would ask every single municipality the same question. What are those tools that we can use to, for example, address teenage pregnancy? what is that intervention that we need to do? If we have high unemployment rates in a particular municipality or district, what are those interventions that we need to work on? And I say to every district that I've been to and every municipality, this is a teamwork effort. We have to find ways, not just quick wins, but also what are those reforms we can implement so that we can try to address some of these statistics and at a much better level. I don't have an answer on the permanent versus EPWP, but maybe the department has, and I'll just hand over for the technical answers. Thank you.
I just want to touch on the last one, Chair, and that Minister mentioned. I don't think we have that information in this publication, but we can certainly source the information, but we don't have it on hand in terms of the categories of jobs. The question that member Petrus asked in terms of government, EPWP, etc. But we can source that information. Nadia, over to you.
So much, HGD, and just picking up on Member Petrus's question. Yeah, so the jobs that are included in here are full-time equivalent jobs, but we can see a conversion in the data from part-time or whatever casual to full-time between last year and this year. We can see how many more full-time equivalent jobs were created. But in the data, what we do have in the special tax data that we've disaggregated is the government jobs per district. That's also quite important in the districts and including the Mero, because in certain sectors, for instance, like the Central Karoo, the government is the biggest employer in the district. So you can see the percentage of government jobs that's contributed to the economies of certain districts. With regards to the member's question on the economic development and why the jobs are not sustainable, remember this is a worldwide, a global problem in terms of rural areas. It's not a unique problem to the Western Cape. A lot of these rural areas are also agricultural societies or agriculturally sector driven, and the jobs are seasonal. So people come in, they work, and then they do not convert to full-time employment jobs there. And the projects that are there are not long-term, as you've mentioned. And it's an issue that needs to be addressed systemically. It's not it's a structural problem of the economy. It's not an issue that the government can create an enabling environment for jobs, but it is a market-driven economy that creates full-time jobs within an area. And you need rural development programs to look at and address economic development, specifically in rural areas compared to metros. And then what was the third question was related to teenage pregnancy? Is that it? Will the minister did out of that? Or is it me? The top 10. I don't have the full top 10, but I know Begriffie, Hessequa, Oudtshoorn, Laingsburg, Beaufort West, Theewaterskloof, Witzenberg. Those are the ones that I know off the top of my head. It's really very high because of issues such as challenges with access to sexual health and family planning services. So the awareness of what is available to prevent pregnancy, obviously social inequalities, access to other activities and employment all contribute to high teenage pregnancy levels in certain areas, but mainly because of access to family planning and education and sexual health awareness. It's two of the main drivers of teenage pregnancies. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, so just in terms of Member Stoffel's question, I think it's a valid and relevant question, and the overarching growth for job strategy, the Department of what we're trying to showcase with the evidence that we're bringing to the committee is maybe just to, as the members engage with the various departments, those are the specifics I think that one can zoom into. But I am aware that the Department of Economic Development and Tourism have a township action plan where they, according to a set of criteria, partner together with the Department of Local Government, partner with the municipality in terms of stimulating the local economy. And I think the department would be in a better position to provide the detail around that particular program. Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, I'm just on the teenage pregnancy, something I forgot is sometimes in the smaller communities, it's not necessarily always that the medicine for family planning isn't there. It's sometimes my aunt is in charge. Sometimes I know the person at the clinic, or I know the person at the chemist at the hospital. So I feel I don't want to go because now the whole family in the road is gonna know that I went to go get family planning. Or I don't, if the person comes to the school, I don't necessarily want to go speak to the nurse, because if I go speak to the nurse, now everyone is going to know why is she going to go speak to the nurse. So it's also that awareness that we really need to work on as communities across the province, and maybe as constituency heads. That's also where we can play a much larger role in terms of helping people, especially within smaller communities, to be like, actually, this is also for your future education, maybe, or for your future economic opportunities. What is your decision? Not my decision, not all of our decision. What is your decision about yourself?
Thank you very much, members. Third round of questions. Let's start with Member van Minnen. I saw Member van Wyk and Member Bryant. To the second round in that order, Member van Minnen.
Thanks very much. We can look at slide 21, the issue of the crime rate. I see the issue about the large increases recorded in drug-related crime, alongside cartels and mafia concerns across the province. So if I look there at serious crimes per 100,000 people in the Western Cape, drug-related crimes going up quite extensively. And then if I look at the breakdown of serious crimes, certainly with Central Karoo, Garden Route, Overberg and Cape Winelands, we're seeing those numbers climb per 100,000. Do I understand the relation there between serious crime and essentially drug use? Is that relating to drug use increasing in rural areas as well as drug manufacturing in rural areas? But I think we've seen happening with gangs. That's the first part of the question. The second stat I want unpacked is the driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Now, that is obviously a police-generated stat because it comes down to how much proactive work they do to actually apprehend perpetrators in that regard. So it was lower in 22, and then in 23 and 24 was markedly higher. Do I understand that that is an increase in the way that the police or with the law enforcement agencies have been deployed so that that number has gone up? Thank you.
Member van Wyk.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just trying to process GDPR, and where we are. And on page 14, I'm looking at the Garden Route District one, which is obviously, I think, common to under Section A, which is common. I see we talk there that from 2019, we were at 604 billion GDPR for the province. And we say there that we've reached 613, 614 in 23. Okay, I've counted up the various regions and we get a little bit less. But nevertheless, the fact that we've now got what we've done in 23, we've surpassed 2019, which I think is something to celebrate in a sense, and we must probably try and make something out of that. But the comments that you also make there are the very concerning ones of the adverse effect of the climate change, our whole problem that we've got of the weakening of the rand and the challenging investment climate, which I think is all very, very worrying stuff. And ultimately where we want to get to 2035. Now, it almost says to me we've got quite a hell of a lot of work to do to get to 2035 and where we want to get to R1 trillion economy. because if you look at the growth figures down at the bottom of the page there, for the Western Cape, there's a certainly faltering growth because we slipped from that the 4.1 in 2021, which is part of that recovery out of 2019, to 2.6 and down to 0.7 for this year. And I'd almost sort of hoped that 2023 would have been a better year than what we are showing over here, because if we look what we've done in agriculture and also some of the recovery that we've had in tourism. So it's just a bit of a comment that I'm making here. But maybe we've got to take some celebrations when we can. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to come back, if you allow me, to page 22, which was that graph I referred to, not the graph, the chart I referred to before, which is the regional sectoral employment contributions to provincial employment. So I was looking at the Metro booklet, but it's the provincial chart. Yeah, it's the provincial chart, the generic one for all the different districts within the province. And I'm still struggling to understand, and bear with me, because these things sometimes take a bit of time to understand. But you've mentioned that if a business is headquartered outside of the province, you can't count their contribution to employment. Now, is that only for mining, or does that count for other businesses? For instance, if there's a big financial company that's headquartered in Joburg, but they're employing people in Cape Town, for instance, do those jobs not then count in terms of our? Because if that is the case, then that's quite a scary thing, because there must be a lot of those taking place, especially when one looks at people who are doing remote working, I suppose. But I think specifically with regards to large companies. So, if there is a mining company that's, for instance, doing sand mining, and they're headquartered in Johannesburg, those jobs won't reflect anywhere on our thing, on our charts, which obviously makes this quite difficult then to understand. So if you can just expand on that, because I think it's for me it would be a lot easier to get a grip around why some of these look the way they do. Thanks.
Thank you, members. I'll now hand over to the Minister in the department.
Yeah, Nadia, go.
Thank you, HOD. With regard to Member Van Minnen's question, just the correlation between drug-related and crime and serious crime, I think it's difficult to make that correlation. It's quite a contentious issue to assume. So I don't want to give any assumptions based on that question, because we'll have to check the data to see if it is correlated at this point. Secondly, your second statement was correct in the sense that these crime stats we get, the official crime stats that we get from SAPS, right? So they are reporting on crimes reported. Number one, sexual abuse or violence could be much higher in this country. It's on crimes reported. Driving under influence, it's on people caught. So yes, your assumption is correct. Those where it's increased, it's because of more interventions into recording that type of data. With regards to Member Van Wyk, he spoke to the increase and then, the decline in 2023. I think we were on a trajectory where we came off the rebound after COVID. You saw the very high rebound in the economy that we saw, because as the economy started to get going again, and then you see we are, in a sense, we call it moderating, we're leveling out, right? Such high levels of economic growth is not sustainable in any economy. It's a rebound. So you're going to level out to where you were before, when your economy, was all functioning. However, what we expected to see with 2023 is that we will continue on at least a sustained slow growth path, which you are starting to see come around. However, you must remember in 2023 was probably our highest load shedding year of the decade. And that has, you know, the impact that it has on the business, on the economy, agriculture, everything. So yeah, so you would have expected modest growth and to see the economy starting to turn, but then we had load shedding, and then we had La Nina, we had floods, we had damage to infrastructure. So all those kinds of effects then dampen the economic growth that you are expected to see going forward. But like you said, the economy is growing at a modest pace, but you see between 2019 and 23, we could have been a much larger economy, but we then have the shocks to the system, like climate change and the weather, rising fuel costs, the weakening rand, and the load shedding. And that then takes us down onto a dip again. And then remember Brian asked about the mining and the employment and the headquarter effect. So for the other sectors and the sectors that we do have various indicators, we are able to piece together the story of where the employment sits. But if we don't have that data available, like for instance, if mining specifically, there are no headquarters in Cape Town, they are not people that are registered with SARS, etc. There are bits and pieces we piece together when to mitigate the headquarter effect as much as possible. But that contribution to the economy, for instance, will be counted in Joburg. Yes, but we use what we can to forecast and to make the predictions on the data that's available. So, yeah. So it won't be consistent across all the sectors, what I'm saying, in terms of the employment contribution, because we take the spatial tax data. We know, for instance, exactly where you live, where you work without your name as a person, and what you earn and what sector you work in and where you contribute to the economy, because we take it from the SARS data. Thanks.
Speaker, just on the SARS matter, it's such a difficult concept because sometimes one makes the assumption that you're going to register your business where you are, and not everyone does that. That's why for example, there's boat building in Beaufort West. Like there's no ocean anywhere close by, but there's someone who has registered boat building, and so they're not working with boat building in Beaufort West. But because we only work with official data, and because this is official data and evidence that we're tabling, we can only table as much based on what is available to us. But what I can do, Chair, is I could ask SARS whether they can do an exercise to try and filter it down. My gut tells me that SARS is going to tell me that we're going to have to give them some time, but maybe that is an exercise that we need to ask SARS to embark on, to try and filter down where someone is registered in comparison to where they're doing business, which I think will also be complicated because I'm not sure whether every business would necessarily want to tell SARS where they're doing business in comparison to where they're registered for a range of various reasons, perhaps. For example, if someone's maybe registered in another country, they won't necessarily pitch up on our data because their contribution might be registered to their country. Like a remote worker might not be registered as making a contribution here by us if they're on holiday here by us. But I think it's definitely a question that we need to ask SARS whether they can embark on that journey with us.
Thank you, members. Questions? I saw Member Nkondlu earlier, Member Stoffel, and can we do this as a last round, perhaps on the Mero? In that order, Member Nkondlu first and Member Stoffel as the last one.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I think just two questions, Chair, for my last round. I just wanted to check, I think on the Cape Metro book, on page 107, in light with what this information helps us to do in terms of intervention, which is the basis of data, Just want to check, Minister, in your conversation with the Department of Education in particular, whether this scenario, which is also raised as a concern of the decrease in the bachelor's pass rates, and actually when you look at both City of Cape Town with the majority of citizens and population in any way, and the province, I think if you look at the table there, figure 77, it really shows that we are at almost 50-50 in terms of bachelor pass versus outside bachelor pass. So I think my interest is that is the conversation with the WCED around this particular reality, because it has got a direct impact, I think, to the situation of income inequality, the performance of the economy in general. And my last one, I think, is on this new information on the addition on the housing demand. I'm not sure I see on the table that is in the presentation on slide 19 that Metro is not in this, where there's a year-on-year change of the municipalities. I think the other municipalities, I'm not sure why, but I would be interested to understand that when you consider this information on the housing demand, I was actually reading again on this book of the Metro quickly, and wanted to understand whether, one, do you include, is there data, for example, of homeless people? And whether are they included when you talk about housing demand? And when you talk about informal dwellings, what's the definition of an informal dwelling versus people that may not necessarily, because one of the things that we've seen being done by, I think, the Department of Housing, now Infrastructure, is actually in informal areas is to put roads and toilets. Would you then call that informal dwelling? What happens to those? Where are they calculated? So that we can exactly know what is it that you are representing when you talk about housing demand. Thank you.
Member Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think Member Nkondlo, I have slightly touched on my question, first question, but just to add on that question is that even, by the way, my question is on page 16, education outcomes. Yes, of course, we are celebrating the pass rate of the Western Cape because it's our children. But my only concern there is that, or my question is that, out of that 83%, does the department knows maybe how many percentage of that 83% is being absorbed in higher institutions? And even that, in terms of our need within the province of development, which in which of the criteria is most of our kids being absorbed, so that those kids that is being absorbed in that higher education institutions, that they can be bring back into society, adding value. Does the department have such a kind of data base whereby we can identify these kids even furthermore in the various departments, and within the departments where the ministers are they creating space for those who can't be absorbed because of maybe the situation where they are faced with within these inequality areas? Does these ministers avail bursaries for those kids to be absorbed within these higher institutions? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Stoffel. The new last member is now Member Masipa. So please go ahead, Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there's worrying statistics that relates to crime. This statistics, especially in the farming community, that we have seen that the grievous bodily harm is the highest in the country, in the whole of the Western Cape, and also the murder rate in terms of provincial distribution. The Western Cape in the farming community is the highest in the whole country, which is about 24, together with the stocks theft, which is also the highest in the whole country. I think really the question is to the minister whether we could be able to get a breakdown and obviously understand as to how the budget has been allocated to those municipalities that are affected by incidents of higher crime, which obviously affect the economy as such. I think that's really my my question. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to the Minister and the Department. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just on the education, NSC diploma, bachelor's degree numbers, you will find that in the Provincial Economic Review and Outlook on pages 116 and 117, that is now the previous publication that we did. In figure 5.6 specifically, you will see that it breaks it down via NSC pass in percentage per district, bachelor's pass in percentage, diploma pass, and also then it correlated with the portion of like no fee schools and in that regard, so that one can see is does it correlate according to that. And then in terms of the NAC categories on achievement in the Western Cape, that the Western Cape pass percentage, high certificate, bachelor's in comparison, that's in figure 5.5 of the PERO on page 116. But if there is anything specific that you would like to know, then we can always have a look at that. Just in terms of high institutions, I know that there are various different bursaries across departments in the province that we offer. I know in Provincial Treasury, for example, if you are great in mathematics or accounting, you're always in high demand by the Provincial Treasury. But also, I think maybe for the Education Committee, that is maybe a conversation that can even be taken up with the Department of Higher Education and it's higher education and higher and tertiary education as to that gap between the pass rates and also like getting into university, and maybe that's a conversation between both basic education and higher education that one needs to have. And then just on the murder rate and stock theft, perhaps also with the current statistics, because the current publications were published and gone to printers before the new statistics were released. And I'll just hold up the picture of yesterday's publication that was released by the South African Police Services. And for example, you will see some updates there. So perhaps between the provincial department and the national department, they might even be interested in going through the various different categories. I do note that part of the items that they've tabled is also property-related crime, contract-related crime, things like kidnapping has been identified specifically, crime detected as a result of police actions, other serious crime, community-reported crime. So in this regard, there are some new information as well on top of our tabling, but just in terms of budget allocation, if the team can just come in here with the budget allocation items. And then, sorry, there was another question. Oh, sorry, the housing. So the housing for the Cape Town Metro, housing demand is on page 108 of the Metro book. And then you'll see out of the total housing demand for the Western Cape, it's at 634,000 here, number of waiting applications. Of the 634,000, 391,000 is in the Cape Metro specifically. So one can see that service delivery demand that's upon the Metro. But if the team can just come in terms of the different definitions and how that gets calculated for, does homeless people get included, informal dwellings, the definition, how that included, how does the housing demand statistics get put together. And just in terms of the Cape Town Metro, so the Cape Town Metro, because it's a metro in comparison to the municipalities, all metros in the country directly report to the National Treasury and not to provinces. So you'll see that the different data sets also of municipalities will get reported to all provinces, their respective finance ministers, but metros, us in Gauteng, everywhere gets reported directly to National Treasury. I do know that I still have an engagement that needs to come up with the Metro Maker of Finance. So if there are specific data and evidence questions that we would like to see maybe in future Meros and future Peros, Chair, and we're happy to take those recommendations. And I'll just hand over for the technical items.
Thanks, Minister. I think Nadia can deal with the definitions issue. Just in terms of the budget allocations, I think from a budgeting perspective, Nadia, it wouldn't be picked up in the Mero, and we wouldn't have that detail in our blue book in terms of the allocation per district. So I think that type of information, I think we will have to source from the actual department. But Nadia, just to deal with the other.
Thank you, HOD. Just to remember Mkondlo's question, so when we talk about informal dwellings, we talk about a shack, informal dwelling, a shack that's in a backyard, or an informal dwelling or shack that's not in a backyard, meaning an informal settlement. It does not count homeless people in that statistic. I'm sure that if we could get from social development information on homelessness or how many people are unhoused, if we wanted to include that in future Meros, but for the statistic, it's not included. Then with regards to the database, rightfully so, the chart on the right does not include the city because in our book, there's a disclaimer included that this information we get from our Department of Infrastructure, formal, Department of Human Settlements, that's combined into infrastructure, and they get the information directly from the districts and from the Metro. So when as is a new indicator, we asked the Metro for the data. They only gave us the latest data and they did not give us 2022. So the chart on the right is speaking to the growth in the request for housing in this year's Metro. And we don't have 2022's data from the city, but we have it for all the districts because that's our data. And so it didn't pull through into that chart because it's nothing to compare to. It's a growth rate that's being compared. But we did indicate this in the book. Thank you, Member.
Thank you very much. Members, that now concludes our deliberations on the Mero. We will now break for 30 minutes. I think there is lunch in the members' dining room. Is there? Yes, there is. So we will break for 30 minutes and we will be back at 13:35. Members, we have, there's quite a few items still left on the agenda, so we will start in exactly 30 minutes. We will resume at 13:35. Thank you.
Okay, Jacob.
This is be back at 35.
Oh, this is your vote. Okay.
We need to be back 13:35. Let's go.
Hey, when
Thank you very much. We are back in session now. Members, we will now be briefed by the Provincial Treasury on the Western Cape Adjustment Appropriation Bill, the medium-term budget policy statement, as well as the second quarter performance, all in one presentation, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so that is the case. Let's just allow for these members to settle in, but other than that, we can start with the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We are forming a little bit of a tag team because there's quite a lot of information that we've packed in one presentation. But maybe just to indicate to the committee, we looked at we don't look at each of these items in isolation. So the one actually informs the other, and it also informs the type of recommendations and ultimately the recommendations that were supported by Cabinet in terms of the adjustment budget. And hence the flow of the presentation is going to deal first with the medium-term budget policy statement, and then looking at the second quarter performance for 2024-25, which will be jointly covered by the Provincial Treasury as well as the Department of the Premier, and then lastly the 2024 adjustment budget.
Apologies, HOD Member Masipa.
We just want to check the presentation. Which presentation?
I do not think it was printed for, we have the Mero. Just want to check with, I think we're just checking to see if they printed, if there's hard copies available. That's the, isn't that the, there we go. Thank you, Member Masipa. Thought you had a question on the introductory remarks at this point. Okay, thank you very much. HOD, apologies. Over to you. Thanks.
No problem, Chair. Thank you. So we can do the next slide, Paul. Oh, who's Paul at navigating? Okay. So the outline of the presentation is firstly the planning and budgeting process. We will then go into the economic and fiscal context, the 2024 MTBPS, which will really share with the committee the Western Cape strategy and approach to the budget, the MTBPS to the MTF. The 2024 quarter two performance. We will then look at the 2025 adjustment budget and then also share with the committee what we currently have as the 2025 revised fiscal framework. So it's also looking a little bit ahead in terms of what we're working with as we navigate our way through this budget process and ultimately getting to the tabling of the main budget that Minister will then do in the House on the 7th of March. But safe to say, Chair, this slide deals with a portion of the budget process. There's obviously a portion that we're not showing, and that is the period between the 1st of March as well as the 31st of May. But that forms part of the process because we actually take the how we end off the financial year as our first point of departure for the start of the new budget process. Where we find ourselves as right there in the middle. We have been we in the first phase, which what in the first block there, we're trying to show the budget preparation, the second phase of budget preparation, which is June to September 2024. We've had technical engagements with the National Treasury, provincial visits. We have looked at and provide and receive guidance in terms of the 5-year strategic planning process. We've issued Budget Circular 1 at the time, and members will recall that we also then, as Minister quoted earlier in the previous session, tabled the PERO. And then we issued 2 departments and entities budget circular 2. This year in particular, and how we're crafting the adjustment budget, always we're saying the adjustment budget forms the basis for the next MTF. But in this particular instance, also we find ourselves within the context of still having to finalize the PSP, which is in the middle there, the 2025-2030 PSP. Departments are still finalizing their departmental strategic plans, and then we're also still looking at then that first year of implementation. So whereas in other years we had more certainty, we needed to, and the presentation will also demonstrate that we needed to find a way in which we can craft or begin to craft this budget as to provide the basis for the 2025 MTF, whilst we are still in the middle of a planning process. And so where we find ourselves right now is really today, as we've captured there, is the tabling of the MERO, but also the tabling of the documents that I've just alluded to in the opening remarks. We will also post this engagement, immediately start looking at our approach to our second round of MTEX, which we are looking at having in January, and then working then towards the 7th of March 2025, which will then be the tabling date. So in terms of the third block, that just depicts the period between January and March 2025. As I've indicated, the PG MTEX will then, the second round will then happen, be in January, and during that period we will try and finalize really the first, the 2025 budget, and hence also the looking a bit into the future with our current presentation, and share with the committee what that revised and preliminary fiscal framework then looks like at this particular point in time, because the Minister of Finance tabled in the National MTBPS the intention of national government, and on a day after tabling, we then received our first allocation letter, and we will also share the contents of that in terms of the framework with the committee. And then what we obviously working towards the launch of the 2025-2030 PSP, and then the State of the Province address, as well as the final APPs, and Minister will then table the overview of provincial revenue and expenditure, the EPRE or the Blue Book as we fondly refer to it, as well as the OPMI, which is the infrastructure, provincial and municipal infrastructure investment for the 2025 MTF. And all that documentation will then be tabled in March. The team will then take us now through the rest of the presentation. I'm going to hand over to Taryn to provide us with the economic and fiscal context. Thanks.
Thank you, HOT. So both the 2024 MTBPS as well as the adjustments budget takes into account our current economic context as well as our fiscal context. So I'm not going to go into the detail of this slide, given the fact that we just had the presentation on the MERO, but just to highlight a couple of key points. So in terms of the global economy within 2023-24, you'd see that there was an average growth of 3.3%, and this then settled to 3.2% in 2024, and it's expected to also grow by 3.2% in 2025. So overall, the global economy has really remained resilient over time. However, it has not reached pre-historical levels in terms of pre-COVID-19 global growth. So largely, this is as a result of continued global or geopolitical tensions, high borrowing costs, as well as the impact and lingering impact of COVID-19 on various countries. Then in terms of South Africa's GDP outlook, in 2024, we're expecting a growth rate of 0.9% and for that to increase to 2% in 25. So essentially overall, you can still see that the economic growth rates is still relatively low. In South Africa, this is also as a result of our overall structural challenges, issues that were also identified in the Meadow as relates to inequality and unemployment that is still impacting on our economy. Then, but more to the positive side, in terms of the repo rate and the inflation for South Africa, you'd see that the repo rate has declined marginally over time. And also the inflation rate stays between the overall range of 3 to 6%. So overall, once you look at the repo rate and the inflation rate, you could see potential for disposable income increasing within the pockets of citizens. However, when looking at the growth in population, GDP and GDP per capita, we are seeing that there's been an 8.8% decline over the period of 2014 to 2023 in terms of GDP per capita. And this is also a really good reflection of the economic well-being of our residents. Then when looking at the labor economic stats, for South Africa, the narrow unemployment rate is 32.1%. And then as the members already are aware, we still have a youth unemployment problem, and in South Africa that accounts for 45.5%. Youth unemployment in the Western Cape also at the same level as national is at 31.2%, but the narrow unemployment rate is recorded at 19.6%. Thank you. Next slide. Then when looking at the fiscal context, and this is summarized in terms of some of the key points that came out of the national MTBPS, overall, they put a package of incentives in place in terms of strengthening local government. What we did see coming through quite strongly in terms of the national MTBPS is the Eskom debt relief. So there's opportunities for revenue raising in terms of municipalities and a number of other interventions in terms of improving governance and management within municipalities. With regards to the economic context, as per the previous slide, global growth is expected at 3.2% and domestic GDP at 1.1%. What is still interesting to note is with regards to the fiscal strategy of national, debt is peaking at 75.5%. So what that means is really for every R1 of revenue that we get into the fiscus, there's basically a quarter of that R1 that is spent on servicing our debt. Then also for the first time in 15 years, we have recorded a primary surplus in 23-24, which is also a positive for our overall national fiscal strategy. Then we've also been speaking about a package of services with regards to digital infrastructure, where National is also looking at how they can digitize social services. So this is really looking at social services more broadly in terms of accessing conditional grants, pathways to employment, and overall how you end up digitizing government services for greater efficiencies. Also in terms of a positive with regards to the national MTBPS is that since the tabling or the FATF action plan progress, National has achieved 16 out of the 22 actions that have been put forward to them. Then with regards to infrastructure investment, which is also a key priority for Western Cape government, particularly in terms of our Western Cape infrastructure framework, is also that National has put together a package of opportunities and options for alternative financing in the infrastructure space that therefore also lends the opportunity for the Western Cape to leverage these options with National. Then with regards to fast inclusive growth, also priority for Western Cape government in terms of our growth for job strategy, but also looking at how we capitalize on the GNU and also the Operation Vulindlela, and how we better partner with National and other provinces in order to give effect to that strategy. Then climate change is being felt more broadly, and therefore an urgent response is required, and National has put a new financing strategy in place in order to deal with disaster management, and therefore also trying to streamline the process in that regard. Next slide. Then when going into the Western Cape strategy and approach, so we're really building on from the 2024 budget, so continuing our values and principles. One of the values that we are trying to really highlight is trust and transparency, fairness and value for money. So our processes are really geared towards giving effect to these values. And then our principles are around enabling long-run fiscal sustainability, unlocking allocative efficiency, which as our HOT was saying, is really about aligning our budget to the 2025 to 2030 PSP, and then also enhancing productive efficiency, and that's really focusing on growth potential. So in addition to the economic and fiscal context, which I covered in the previous two slides, is also a number of other elements that we needed to consider when developing the overall provincial budget strategy. Some of these elements is also taking into account the fact that when we tabled the 2024 budget earlier this year, we did include a number of residual risks that, given our constrained fiscal envelope, we could not necessarily cover fully. What we've also highlighted here is the fact that those were identified as risks in the 2024 budget, but since then, some of these risks have exacerbated. Then, in addition, we've concluded our PGM Tech 1 engagements. From that PGM Tech 1 engagements, what has really become clear is that there's a number of departments that is really feeling the pinch of the constrained fiscal environment, particularly our frontline service delivery departments such as education, health, and also mounting service delivery risks related to the Department of Social Development. In addition to these frontline service delivery departments, we can also see that in our attempt to protect the frontline service delivery departments, some of those smaller departments have really been cut to the bone and starting to really feel the pressure in that regard. As part of the overall budget strategy, we're also looking at it from two perspectives, in terms of the resident as well as our own employees and therefore our team within the Western Cape government. With regards to the residents, and it's also seen coming through in terms of the economic data, is that more people are living on credit and slipping into poverty. So the middle class is now also feeling the pinch of the, sorry, I just got an email. Starting to feel the pinch in terms of the impact of the economic environment. Then with regards to our teams, you're now starting to see an increase in reliance of the residents on Western Cape government services. So with that increase in demand for Western Cape government services, in addition to the fact that we also went through a series of COE cuts, you're ending up having this increase in demand for government services, but with less staff available. So you're having to do more with less hands. And then, as previously stated, our particular emphasis is also on how the budget aligns to the 2025 to 2030 PSP, and a lot of work has been done between the Provincial Treasury and the Department of the Premier to ensure that there's that practical alignment between policy planning and budgeting. Then also what is clear in terms of our draft PSP that it is aligned to the GNU strategic priorities of fostering inclusive economic growth and job creation that links to our G4J strategy, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, which also links to our well-being approach, and then building a capable, ethical and developmental state, which aligns to our innovation culture and governance priority area. Next slide. Then for the first time, and also given the fact that this is the start of the new administration and also the development of our 5-year provincial strategic plan, we have also taken a bit of a step back as a budget team to also consider the fact that we can no longer just budget over 3 years, but that we need to take a 5-year approach. So overall, with the 5-year approach, it also comes with the assumption that you will start to see the current projections in terms of GDP coming through, that you will start to see the outcomes of Operation Vulindlela as well as our G4J strategy, and therefore resulting in an improvement in economic growth. So with that improvement in economic growth, if you cast your eyes on the far right-hand side, our objective over the 5 years is to achieve accelerated growth and fiscal expansion for more effective and impactful service delivery. So with that objective, it basically means that we would be able to fully give effect to our PSP. However, when looking at your left-hand side, where we find ourselves today is at the point of maintaining fiscal discipline and credibility. So there's still going to be a lot of work that's going to be required in order for us to get to where we're finding ourselves today, to where we need to be in 5 years to really ensure that the PSP is effective, and also that we align our budgets to the PSP. Then in addition to that is the fact that we've been working with the Department of the Premier in terms of their risk management unit, and also making sure that the budget process aligns to the risks that they've been identified, which includes water, energy, safety, the economy, climate change, as well as provincial-owned infrastructure. So all of these provincial risks is really at the forefront of our policy planning and budgeting processes. Then when linking 5 years going down into the 3-year budget approach, we have also tabled a set of budget reforms with Cabinet that the Provincial Treasury is currently exploring and also testing in terms of its implementation. And I'll speak a little bit more to that in the slides to follow. So it's really about implementing those over the three-year period. And then in addition to that is also the need for us to take a sectoral approach. So many of the risks and challenges that the Western Cape is currently facing is not necessarily unique to the Western Cape. So it's really about how we engage with national, so all provinces collectively are able to yield the benefits out of certain budget decisions. And then in terms of the 1-year approach, looking at the 2025 budget, as the HOT already presented, it's divided into 3 phases: the planning 2 budgeting, and then finalizing the budget. I'm not going to go into detail of that as HOT already spoke to that. Then in terms of implementing our Western Cape Government fiscal strategy, we've also identified a number of levers. As I just said, one of them is also the budget reforms that we've been putting in place. One of the components is really around strengthening evidence-based budgeting. So the Provincial Treasury and the Department of the Premier is working quite closely together in terms of exploring options around expenditure reviews as well as evaluations. We've been doing the expenditure reviews for quite a while now with GTAC, and we're also looking at now how do we capacitate those within departments so that departments themselves can also be conducting the evaluations and expenditure reviews as they make budget decisions. Then in terms of enhancing budget frameworks and fiscal discipline, this is also looking at the Provincial Treasury really providing frameworks and guidelines in terms of how trade-offs needs to be made, as well as putting criteria together in order to inform that overall trade-offs. Then the biannual budget process is also us acknowledging the fact that you need more time for planning and implementation, and how do we actually carve out that space for planning and implementation within the budget process. So the budget process in itself is quite a demanding process. As HOT was stating, it's throughout the year, and we're often finding ourselves responding to the needs of the budget process, but not having that required time in order to plan and implement effectively. So we're exploring opportunities in terms of how we actually try to carve out that space for greater planning and implementation within our process. Then with regards to process, institutional and governance arrangements, as part of the budget process is also how we strengthen our technical engagements as well as our strategic engagements with our fellow departments, but also ensuring that our partnering with national institutions like the FFC is also strengthened in order for us as a collective with other provinces and with national across spheres of government to collectively make the required budget decisions. Then in terms of some of the other levers that we've also identified as part of the fiscal strategy is managing compensation of employees. This is really looking at alternative service delivery models, how we ensure that the COE plans actually align to the delivery plans of departments. As I said, conducting expenditure reviews and evaluations is also a key component. stronger infrastructure investment, and this is also in terms of identifying alternative financing mechanisms for infrastructure, and our Department of Infrastructure is also doing a lot of work in this space, and the Provincial Treasury is also looking at appointing a panel of experts to really assist in our submissions towards accessing that alternative financing. And then with regards to the fiscal futures model, our colleague in fiscal policy is really leading on that process, and it's really identifying opportunities in terms of applying technology for forward thinking and forecasting in terms of what the fiscal framework would look like in the future, and therefore mitigating any potential risks that might come into play. Then you have the option around strategic procurement and supply chain management, looking for how we really use technology in this space and also gain further efficiencies. And then lastly is around effective governance for public entities, and that's also putting a framework together in order to strengthen our governance and oversight of public entities. Then just lastly is integrated service delivery, and that's just the integration across spheres of government in order to ensure coherence between policy planning and budgeting. Then next slide, as part of the PGM text. Okay, luckily you have the printouts of the presentation. So we have identified a number of key service delivery risks that came out of our Provincial Treasury and departmental engagements. I'm not going to go through the detail of this, but key to note, particularly in terms of the social services, is around education, and them really stating the ongoing growth in learning enrollment, which is increasing the issues around overcrowding within classrooms, the unfunded mandate for universal grade R, and that relates to the recent Ballot Act, and then also the risk around early retirement packages in terms of the education sector, and also stating that the education sector really relies on the experience of its teachers, and therefore that lends as a risk for education more broadly. Then with regards to health and wellness, it's really the rising service delivery demand in terms of population growth. The Health and Wellness Department is also experiencing quite a few pressures in terms of their goods and services budget, and then also the rising medico-legal litigation. And then I think more broadly, which is a risk, is also the issue around mental health. With regards to infrastructure, it's the budget reductions and flooding repairs, which really restricts our ability to invest in new infrastructure and maintenance. There's also the issues around the overall construction industry, and that being a risk to our overall infrastructure development. And then with regards to governance in the Department of the Premiers, the potential cost escalation of the Microsoft licenses, as well as managing cybersecurity. And then I think a transversal issue that was really highlighted across all of the departments is the issues around limited capacity and capabilities, and then also the implications of the VAT on transfers to municipalities, which doesn't necessarily have a direct implication for province, but potentially could have an indirect implication. And then lastly, from my side, this is just an overview of the 2025 budget policy priorities. As per the 2025 to 2030 PSP, we are still maintaining the core priority areas of growth for jobs, safety, well-being and dignity, and innovation, culture and governance. The different approach that they're really taking with the PSP this year is not just identifying those areas within departments that needs to be prioritized over time. We acknowledge that departments will do what they need to do, but also identifying what are those critical and complex areas that really needs unlocking, really needs us to partner better, whether that's across departments or across spheres of government, as well as partnering with the private sector. So some of these areas could, for example, be around energy projects, enhancing Port of Cape Town logistics, ease of doing business. Safety is partnering with the City of Cape Town in terms of LEAP offices. Well-being is really how we capitalize on the progress made with regards to the Rapid School Build program. Issues around food relief and food security is quite important. And then in innovation, culture and governance is also the importance of climate change, exploring alternative revenue sources, and then overall looking at opportunities in terms of AI and innovation for impact. And that's it from me. I'm going to hand over to Zenith in terms of the second quarter performance information.
Okay, good afternoon. So when one talk about the second quarter delivery trends for the performance indicator, one takes the discussion of this morning directly into the institutional environment. And that institutional environment in the Western Cape cut across our 13 provincial departments and our public entities. So if one look at our overall provincial performance for the previous quarter, then the overall performance for quarter 2 was 83%, and that is 426 of 512 targets achieved. When one look a little closer and you speak only about those performance indicators that through the lens of our annual performance plans for our departments, then we have achieved 362 out of 429 indicators. One of the 13 departments achieved 100% of all the targets that they have set. And when one look at partial achievement, 48 targets, 11%, and then none achieved 19 targets, 4%. Through the lens of the public entities, achieved 64 out of the 83 targets. 4 of the public entities achieved all their targets. And partially achieved only about 13 targets and not achieved 7%. When one look at our performance trend for the previous quarter through the lens of clusters, and one look at the governance cluster, social cluster, or the economic cluster, and what story does that tell? And one can actually look at just in relation to the previous slide when one spoke about safety, well-being, and governance. So the overall performance for actually go to about 78%. Yeah. And then I'll look at the departmental clusters. Your government cluster was 96%, social cluster 79%, and economic cluster 81%. For the public entities was 93% for governance, social cluster 70%, and economic cluster 76%. Next slide. This slide is just a visualization through the bar chart, but exactly what I have just said in a narrative view. Right? One can look at the labels at the bottom of the chart, and one can actually make the comparison between the quarter 1 achieved and the quarter 2 achieved. So one can actually see there's a slight increase or a slight decrease. Thank you. Next one. And the same visualization is then depicted through the provincial public entities. Thank you. What I want to pause here on is we are doing our quarterly performance reporting, and we not only looking at it through the data that comes from our annual performance plan, and that is reported through our quarterly performance reporting. But we also look at our provincial strategic plan and what targets did we set, or what outcomes did we set in that provincial strategic plan. And then how can one actually do that performance trend through the lens of our delivery? And when one look at the delivery, how does that find resonance with our budget? So growth for jobs, it is a priority in our provincial strategic plan. And as the discussions this morning, we spoke about GDP, and so I'm not going to go into it, but for the previous quarter, that Western Cape increased by 0.5 during quarter 2, and the official unemployment rate increased for the Western Cape for 22.2 2%. So we did have a discussion on employment and unemployment, but I think I need to bring the dimension that as we stand now, the Q3 official unemployment rate through quarter labor force survey has been released, and there is a decrease in the unemployment rate, standing at 19.6% for this quarter, and that is positive for the Western Cape. And if one look at unemployment through different variables, and we speak about the narrow unemployment rate, then quarter on quarter, we see quarter one stood at 21.4%, slight increase quarter two, 22.2%, and then quarter three, a decrease to 19.6%. And what does that decrease means? It means about 2.6 decrease in the third quarter. While we're presenting about the second quarter, as we stand now, there is that 2.6%. But when one take that 2.6% and you actually translate it into nominal values, or then in numbers, then the number of unemployed decreased by 12.6% in quarter three of 2024. And that means about 765,000 to 670,000. So the data is Stats SA data, quarterly labor force. And it is also, all the data trends is also accessible via the Western Cape Government Open Data Portal. If one look at expanded unemployment, then one see a different picture. And then one see quarter one, 26.1%, and quarter two, 27.3%, and quarter three, that decrease in the expanded unemployment rate, 25.6%. But what does that mean if one look at what we, Western Cape Government, has achieved in terms of our interventions? And the slide on the right-hand side shows the different departments and just highlighting key interventions, not all the interventions. For the purpose of this presentation, we're just highlighting a few. And then we can see our Department of Police Oversight, 236 youth were supported through the Chrysalis Academy. And the previous speaker have just highlighted also Crystal Academy within the one slide on safety. DSD created about 682 employment opportunities and about 4,000 youth participants in skill development program. Infrastructure, there's work rated through completion of 4 new constructions projects. Environmental affairs, 16 environmental capacity building activities. Agriculture, 218 jobs created. And rehabilitation of 10,000, just more than 10,000 hectares of agricultural land provided, and the 953 participant trained skills. Economic development, 45 bursaries were supported, and 112 individuals registered as tourist guides. DCAS, 3,000 youth in-service opportunities, local government about 15,000 work opportunities. And then when we look at our entities, Freeport Saldanha supported 230 businesses, Westgrove 44 trade declarations. So these are interventions in relation to the outcomes that want to achieve within the socio-economic context. Thank you. In safety, we also spoke about crime earlier. And this data that I'm referring to now also comes from our Department of Health data systems. There's a decrease in violent crime, homicide in the Western Cape, decreasing 7% year on year from quarter two, if one compare year on year. 13 metro priority areas recorded 12% decrease in homicides. 30 metro priority areas accounted for 50% of all homicides in the province. and a 30% decrease in the number of sexual assaults presented at the public hospitals compared to the same period. I want to just highlight the murder stats just released, and it's 8.7% drop from Q2 to 1164 to 1063. And one look at the interventions, again from a departmental perspective, then one see POX approved 68 neighborhood watch structures. Our health department, approximately 94% of patient safety incident cases. Social development, 808 children were placed in foster care, and 458 victims of crime and violence were provided. And just over 1,200 children at risk were identified. Infrastructure, just under 6,000 kilometers of gravel roads were bladed, and environmental affairs, 6 completed criminal investigations handed to the NPA. Then one look at our entities, 928 speed operations and 1686 traffic law enforcements, 75 Traffic Act compliance inspections were conducted, and 433, 628 vehicles were stopped, and 995 drunken driving operations were conducted. Interesting with these statistics, when we come here next quarter, what would have happened or what will happen over this festive season. 71 enforcement operations were conducted with agencies, and we issued 60% of the liquor license tribunal fines, and 682 inspections focusing on underage drinking and licensing. So we identified interventions very focused to safety. Thank you. Well-being. Next priority on well-being. 2 key indicators, while there are other indicators too on the well-being, but for the PSP, we prioritize the 2 indicators. We measure the HIV positive rate for 15 to 25-year-olds. For the second quarter was 1.3%. And 15.9% of children born in government facilities weighted under 2,500 grams. And that is, as you know, the stunting indicator. And one look at our government interventions. Societal context, government interventions. Education, 1530 early childhood development programs. 536 cervical cancer screening completed. Just under 80% of our TB clients completed our DSTB treatment, and just under 96% of our patient safety incidence cases were closed in regional hospitals. Social development, just under 4,700 older persons benefited from the subsidized beds, and just under 8,500 older persons benefited from subsidies. About 6,000 victims of gender-based violence access, and 102 for persons with disabilities in government-owned residential facilities. Just about 20,000 vulnerable persons were provided with subsidized meals. And that shows the support from the Department of Social Development. From an infrastructure perspective, 49 housing units delivered under development-driven individual subsidy program. And from agriculture, 827 households with agriculture food production initiatives. 408 veterinary public health samples were analyzed for food safety, and 147 inspections were carried out. Very important key indicator in the light where we are in the country on the discussion on food security and food safety. DCAS, 85% practitioners participated in capacity building opportunities. I thank you.
Okay, and now we get to the numbers that support the indicators that you've just heard. So this table
shows you the composition of the budget per vote. So, for example, if you look at the left hand, the most left hand block there, that is the office of the Premier, and you will see that they've spent 29% of their budget to date, which is 6 months into the financial year, on compensation of employees, and a very big portion, 67%, on goods and services. Now, for them, that is actually quite normal, as they look after the IT needs of the province. So a lot of that expenditure happens there. If you look around the middle, you will find education and health, and you'll see that education has spent 74% of their budget to date on compensation of employees, and health 61%. And then the only other one I want to highlight now is the yellow block in the middle, which is Department of Infrastructure, that has spent 35% of their budget on capital infrastructure. The green bit is also infrastructure. Those are the payments I make to human settlements. And a big portion of the red bit, goods and services, is the maintenance, the current maintenance that they do to buildings. So that just gives you a small picture of what's happened in the first 6 months of the year. This table now gives you the actual numbers. And what is important to note is that some departments indicated pressure on their budget. And you will see that it was mainly with the Premier, education, health, and mobility that showed some pressure. Now, this information is important for us to note at that stage of the budget process, because that feeds into how we will address the adjustments estimate, which will follow just after that. Then, if you go to the next one, you've got the spending for public entity. And most of the public entities are going to stay within budget. The only public entity that showed overspending number that is big was Westkrow, but that is because of the relocation of the investor center, which was delayed last year. So they have requested a rollover of their surplus funds, which that 14 million. We will approve it, and then that 14 million will be there for them to finalize that project. The last slide here is the provincial revenue and our provincial own receipts. We've collected 70% of the provincial own receipts to date, so that is good news. The main contributors is the Departments of Health and Wellness, Mobility, and Infrastructure. So that big amount of over collection, 116 million under infrastructure, is for the sale of first home finance units. And then there's under mobility, it's impound fees, special license numbers at normal loads, and then also hospital fees under health and wellness. You will also see that motor vehicle license fees is part of provincial revenue. It's on its own. They're projecting a break even at this stage. And gambling taxes is exceeding collection at the moment because of the growing trend in online sports betting. Thank you. Spending on infrastructure. So that's the last of the 6 month spending picture. You will see that the actual spending to date on infrastructure was around 40%. And a big part of that is Cape Nature. You'll see that their spending is quite low. It's at 19%, but that was because of the floods that we had July. And it has delayed, so the assessment of the flood damage has delayed work that they wanted to do and flooded away work they had been doing. So
So that's why they a bit behind. Public Works also had a slow spend on funding that was given as part of project preparation facility projects. So they've asked that the funding for those projects be moved out over the MTEF so that they can get their planning under control there. And then human settlements, the spending there has been low because in the current cycle where they are, a big portion of the human settlements projects are in initiation stage. Okay, so I think that's it.
So we're moving along to the 2024 adjustments budget. So the aim of the 2024 budget is there's two aims for it. The first one is in terms of to respond to that in-year pressures that you just saw now in Q2. And so we were showing in Q2 about a projected overspending of about 896 million rand by various departments. So that's the first aim of the adjustments budget, to respond then and to create that fiscal sustainability in the remainder of the current financial year. That's also then in line with the strategy in terms of what Taryn has indicated, what is our 5 to 3 year strategy, and that is in terms of maintaining our fiscal discipline and our credibility. And so the adjustments budget is then that first response in terms of the MTBPS. And because it's that first response in the MTBPS, it therefore becomes the second aim for the adjustments budget, and that is to take the outlook of the national MTBPS, but also then in terms of all those risks that were indicated in the one of the slides previously, is for the departments then to be able to respond to those risks that they are currently experiencing in the current financial year, but also risks that they foresee for the 2025 MTF. And therefore, that adjustments budget then plays that seamless role between the current financial year and preparation for the next financial year. So what are we doing in the adjustments budget? How much does it amount to? For the 2024 main budget that we tabled, that in terms of totaled, in terms of just a little bit over 84 billion rand, we are now adjusting that and we're adding about 1.7 billion rand to that, giving us a new adjusted budget of about just 85.7 billion rand. So this table then also indicates to you in terms of the amendments or the adjustments to each of the votes as we voted, the House voted for them for these votes in the main budget. And then to also indicate to you that where you do see in terms of numbers in brackets, it is in terms of reduction to that votes budget. And there's two reasons in terms of when a votes budget would be reduced. Firstly, it could be that they're shifting funding to another department and therefore their budget will become less. Secondly, to respond to the 2025 MTEF and the risks that they're facing in 2025, the adjustments budget affords them that opportunity to shift funding from the 2024 financial year into the 2025 MTEF, and therefore it will show a negative in the current financial year. Now, you will see then in the adjustments budget book that in terms of where they're shifting then from the 1 year to the next, that is what we're calling realigning in terms of their baseline budget. So all in all, you'll see in terms of 1.7 billion rand, apologies, and that's about 2% of the main budget. So what does the adjustments budget respond to? Those were the numbers, but then in terms of service delivery, what are we responding to? Like I said, the first call, the aim is to respond to those in-year risks. Second quarter indicated about 896 million rand. So firstly, in terms of for the Department of the Premier, we're responding in the allocation of 77 million rand for Microsoft license shortfall. Health and education in the second quarter has also indicated in terms of pressures, and we're responding there to health pressure of with an allocation of 230 million rand. Education, we are responding to an allocation of 250 million rand in the current financial year. And for both of those votes, health and wellness, and education. We are also earmarking allocations on infrastructure in their budget because we're also allowing them in terms of more maneuverability if their pressures continue into the last 2 to 3 months of the financial year. They would be in terms of that able and room to move within their baselines. Then in terms of mobility, which was another department that showed you in terms of spending pressures in the current financial year, how we're responding there is in terms of that spending pressures was really in terms of the George Integrated Public Transport Network, JIPTN as it's known. And then also there is in terms of spending pressures and also preparing for the summer season for the traffic law enforcement, for tasers and equipment for them. And then also that amounts to 43 million together. And for the integrated transport hub, which is also a pressure in terms of the mobility department, that's about 25 million. Within economic development, there's an allocation for Freeport Saldanha for cash flow requirements, and that is in a value of 25 million. The national government has also now responded in terms of our flood disaster that we've had in terms of the period from December 2023 to July 2024, and that totals about 947 million. And so you can see the breakdown of that 947. Health received 6.5 million, education 70, infrastructure department consists of 571 million, of which 388 million is for roads alone and 183 million is for environmental affairs for Cape Nature and in terms of the impact that the floods had in terms of on their infrastructure. Agriculture is receiving in terms of an allocation of 300 million rand. I must say this is over and above what we as a province in the main budget. We've also tabled in terms of funding for roads, especially to about 350 million rand. So this is over and above that allocation. Then we are preparing. I mean, we are department. We are province in terms of that. Can attest to quite a bit of disasters, and so we are also looking at responding to the fire season in two ways, one being more preventative this year, and secondly also in terms of to make sure that we can have that emergency response as fast as possible in the province. So this adjustments budget, then either an allocation or reprioritization of a particular department, they are then responding in the following manner. Local government, there's an aerial fire support that they are reprioritizing funding in their own budget to the value of 3 million. The DSD is in terms of an allocation of an emergency response there of 3 million. Cape Nature is a reprioritization of 5 million. And then in terms of for DLG, integrated fire and water responses is 7 million rand. As I indicated, a feature of the adjustments budget is to allow departments to respond to those risks that they foresee for the 2025 MTF, especially in a constrained fiscal envelope. It does give them that opportunity to assist themselves where the fiscus might not be able to respond to them as they would require. And therefore, I indicated that realignment is the negatives you will see in the booklet itself when you look at the votes individually. We've also then, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the Asset Finance Reserve, also known as the AFR, infrastructure has also then looked at in terms of about 190 million rand, which is a combination for public works, for human settlements, as well as for roads. They are also looking at this year in terms of some of those projects that they're actually wanting to respond to, or for better planning purposes, that they're also then putting that in the AFR in terms of over the 2025 MTF. Some policy priority responses. These are policy priority responses over and above what was already voted in the main budget. So the energy green hydrogen master plan is about 4.7 million. We are looking at in terms of community safety, expanding peace officer training, youth resilience, and also the neighborhood watch program. That's about 10.4 million. We received funding for the rapid school building education for 251 million. And then further within the Department of Infrastructure, Minister also highlighted this in a speech. It's in terms of human settlement acceleration projects to the value of 38 million, agriculture infrastructure 12.6 million, infrastructure department that is continuing both on the transport infrastructure, so those roads projects, and then also human settlement projects up to the value of 27.8. And then there is in terms of acquisition of property in this adjustment budget to the value of 4.9 million. So the 1.7 billion that I indicated that we are adding to the main budget, how is this then funded from? And so this is actually looking just at the same numbers that was we showed you before, but it's how we are funding and where the sources of funding is coming from. So firstly, from the national fiscus, we're receiving that almost like say 1.2 billion rand in terms of those conditional grants. 947 is for floods, and then also 251 million is for the rapid school build in terms of education. Then in terms of from the provincial fiscus, there's a net amount that we are funding, and that is in terms of about 518 million rand that we are funding, and that is made up of multiple sources. So, for example, in terms of some of those sources is underspending of the previous financial year. We spoke about this in terms of the budget committee when we looked at the fourth quarter, and if we remember, we explained in terms of the rollover process. This is now taking that rollovers into consideration now and bringing it into the current financial year. So those rollovers would be underspending of the previous financial year, and that's about 84 million rand. There's also then revenue from the previous financial year, the retention about 97 million where that's concerned. In the current financial year, there are certain votes that's also increasing their own revenue budgets by about 15 million rand. From the fiscus then itself, from the Provincial Revenue Fund, there's about 616 million that we are funding. Those are mainly for those in-year pressures that we showed you in terms of before. As I indicated, the negatives is the realignment of funds. So that is where departments then are shifting funding from the current financial year towards those risks that they can foresee in the 2025 financial year. On the right-hand side of that table, it gives you some of the detail of the different funding sources, which is very similar in terms of what the slide that shows in terms of how the adjustment budget is responding. It gives you in terms of just a bit more insight. So there's an infrastructure flavor to the adjustments budget thanks to the flood disaster funding that we received from national. And that impact you can see then in the slide 31 where we're at now. So we are increasing in terms of our infrastructure budget by 832 million, with the majority of that within the Department of Infrastructure, and then also then in the Department of Education, as the slide indicates. As we would expect, the disasters and responding to disasters actually means that we would then be spending in terms of more of our allocation every year now in terms of existing infrastructure, and that is on the next slide. You'll see that the same breakdown of that 803 million is now shown you in the category of spend for infrastructure, and you'll see the majority of that, 58% of that, is in terms of existing infrastructure, obviously responding to the disasters and in repair for the flood damage. The 15% in the pie chart that you see, that's new. That is in terms of the rapid school build, and so that is in terms of new schools. That is in terms of to be built with that funding, and that's where you see in terms of that 15% where that's concerned. Just a little bit more information, the detailed information on the flood disaster response on the next slide. The 947 or rounded off 948 million rand, how that is split between the various departments. All this funding is coming through conditional grants. In terms of, so it's not coming through equitable share, it's all coming through conditional grants. And slide 33 then indicates to you which of those grants, those funding is made up of. And it's also the what the departments can spend the money on is in terms of a project list that they have already submitted when we applied for funding, and it's only on those projects that they have applied for funding that they are allowed to spend the funding on, and that is the conditions. All in all, that is then the adjustments budget. We now move over to my colleague Malcolm Boyson, who's going to take you now in terms of looking forward to the 2025 fiscal framework and what awaits us there.
Thank you, Annelies. This few slides just provide some insights into the 2025 MTF fiscal framework. If we just start at the bottom left of the slide, it just shows the composition of our revenue envelope, highlighting that 78% of our total revenue comprises of the PES, followed by national conditional grants at 17.1% and own receipts just under 5%. The top left-hand corner, looking at the circle, shows the growth in the revenue envelope, increasing from 83.3 billion rand in 2025-26 to 86.9 billion rand in 26-27, and finally to 90.9 billion rand in 27-28. The main reason for the growth in the fiscal framework is mainly due to the phase updates of the PES formula, and as a result, 674.1 million has been added to the 2025 MTF. For the 2024-25 financial year, there's also additional once-off allocations totaling 1.2 billion rand that's been added to national conditional grants. For disasters, 300 million rand. For the comprehensive agricultural support program, 321 million rand. For the education infrastructure grant, 6.5 million rand. For the health facility revitalization grant, and 571 million rand for the provincial road maintenance grant. Just ending off in terms of our fiscal approach, and taking cognizance that the economy is still under pressure. So our aim is to diversify our revenue sources through alternative financing and to reduce our reliance on national funding. Secondly, to ensure that a seamless delivery of basic services, and three, to build our reserves over time to deal with any fiscal shocks, and then fourthly, to streamline our operations through fiscal consolidation, and then lastly, to build in fiscal resilience to respond also to fiscal shocks and to ensure sustainability. Next slide. This slide just highlights the updates to the provincial equitable share allocations that we received in terms of our allocation letter. I think the positives to take away is that the 674.1 million rand has been added over the 2025 MTF. In addition, it's an increase in a share from 10.34% in 25-26 to 10.35% in 26-27 to 10.37 in 27-28. So small changes, but having a big impact in terms of the numbers. Just in terms of the technical updates, the education component, which comprised 48% of the PES formula, has been updated with the school age population data for the ages 5 to 17 years, and that's been updated with the 2024 MIPE data and the 2024 Lourdes data. The health component, 27% of the formula has been updated with the district health information service patient load data between 2023-24 and 23-24. And the basic component, which comprised 16%, has been updated with the latest population data in terms of the 2024 MIPE. The economic component is 1% that has been updated within the 2023 regional GDP data. The poverty component has been updated with the 2024 MIPE, but the 2010, the income and the poverty data still has to be updated because it's still based on the 2010-11 income and expenditure survey. So that will only kick in the 2026 MTF. There's no changes to the institutional component as it's split equally across provinces. And as indicated, there's no changes to the formula for the 2025 MTF. Next slide. So here we just see then the addition to the PES of 674 million rand that's been added. The conditional grants will only be firmed up in December when we get our allocation letter, and the Provincial Revenue Fund numbers will also be updated between December and January. And in terms of motor vehicle license, we're going to process the application when we receive it from the Department of Mobility, looking at inflation-related increase and additional 1% increase. Provincial-owned receipts, the Department of Mobility has added about 40 million rand in anticipation of revenue due to abnormal loads. Thank you. Go to the HOD for the conclusion.
Thank you. Thank you to the team, Chair. Maybe just to indicate, for us, when we look at it, the economy is more than just a system of numbers, but it's really a reflection of human values, choices, and collective ambition. So the true measure of an economy is not necessarily its size, but how well it serves the well-being of all. And that we're linking it to the call to be more service delivery orientated, but also to consider the lived reality of the citizen, as the AG would coin it. So mounting fiscal challenges means that there's a need for decisive and prudent policy decisions to ensure that we limit and safeguard the impact on all residents. The Western Cape government remains committed to aligning the budget with the 2025-2030 Provincial Strategic Plan, aiming to drive growth and expand fiscal capacity through a 5-year approach, as the presentation already alluded to. So the focus is on delivering a budget that can weather storms, preparing the province to face economic uncertainties, natural disasters, and other unforeseen challenges. So we are emphasizing we're looking at fiscal resilience, protecting basic services, and also really exploring the use of alternative and blended financing for infrastructure investment to drive growth. If we're going to get to the 1 trillion rand economy in 2035, there is a need for us to start thinking innovatively in terms of how we finance our growth agenda. While fiscal and non-fiscal measures are applied to manage risk, I think it's important that we share with the committee that some of these risks remains and will remain over the 2025 MTF. We have just shared the preliminary fiscal framework, and one can clearly see that that fiscal framework does not show sufficient growth to deal with the ask and the increase in the demand for services. And then lastly, just over the 2025 medium-term expenditure framework, it is important that we then also look at issues around budget reform and really strengthen budget management and fiscal discipline, emphasizing improved efficacy, efficiency, transparency, and accountability in public sector operations, and really speaking to then a budget to weather the storm, as Minister indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Chair. Maybe I'm speaking things into the universe for future matters. But Chair, just want to end off by saying that something I really do need to reiterate is between the 2021 MTEF and the 2024 MTEF, as a province, we've seen a real budget cut of 8.4 billion rand on our province, and we are not alone. As provinces, we cannot continue fighting with one another regarding how much money within the PES we are getting. And as much as there is room for improving the PES formula at a horizontal level, we need to, as provinces, stand together to lobby National Treasury to increase the provincial envelope. We've seen that it is possible because the National Treasury and national government increased the local government equitable share envelope to 9.8%. So it's not that it's impossible. We need to be able to show that our services that we have to deliver, especially within health, especially within education, especially within social development, that as provinces, we are really facing the brunt of the service delivery pressure. Because some of these figures, Chair, does not even budget for potential future growth of service delivery demand in the system. So we really need to be cognizant in terms of, even if we're able to deal with current in-year pressures, we are not even at the stage yet where we have sufficient ability to necessarily budget for future possible pressures on the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you to the department and all the officials for the presentation. Members, we will now move over to questions. Members, just remember that the adjustment appropriations will serve at the respective standing committees for deliberations. So if this is just a high-level presentation, so for the more in-depth type of questions, please keep that for the standing committee. But with that being said, I would now like to afford members the opportunity to ask questions on the presentation. I see Member van Wyk. I see Member Walters and Member Stoffel. In that order, Member van Wyk, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I seem to recall from Q1 that if we looked at education and we looked at health, their potential shortfalls for the year, and I think education showing about 406 million a year, and I think health was of the order of 500 million. Now I see health is no longer 500 million, is 267 million about now. I'm assuming what is taking place within the adjustments budget in using the term unearmarking. You are, in fact, we are saying that we're shifting out capital expenditure, we're delaying that. That's the assumption I'm making of what we're talking about there. In other words, that we are moving away some of that shortfall that we had to try and deal with the problem that we have in here. And then further, the other adjustments that get made. So ultimately, what we are seeing in both health and education as the two big ones that we've had a juggle taking place, and part of the BFI funding coming in on education is helping to deal with some of that infrastructure, and then also making a bit more money available on the operating side, if my assumptions are correct.
Thank you, Member van Wyk. Member Walters, over to you.
Member van Wyk touched on the point. I think he probably did more justice to it in the manner that he raised it. But it does sound like a survival budget, as you're pointing out, maintaining stability until we get to better times. And I think what the minister referred to right at the end, I actually think is the crucial issue going into the future, because there does seem to be and I'm just trying to find the right way of expressing, but it's top slicing with the local government and provincial governments across the country being procedurally and institutionally at the lower end, the last in the pecking order. And that is that in itself, I think the entire budgeting system in itself, the way that financial planning is being done is something that I think it's high time that becomes an issue in not just the Western Cape. I think very importantly, it's not just a Western Cape issue, that is something that should be in the public discourse. I would prefer, and obviously the world's not that easy, but I would prefer the other way around. You start your budgeting processes, ideally speaking, with what people need, what the essential services are people, and work your way backwards not the other way around. I know it doesn't work that as simply as that, but but there is a fundamental issue here of provinces, call it parts of government that deals with the coal face of service delivery that institutionally are actually the ones sitting with the begging bowl. And I think that is a matter this committee will need to take up. I'm not on the committee, but that has direct implications. That problem has direct implications for what we're trying to do, certainly in my standing committee.
Thank you, Member Walters. Member Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me first appreciate the presentations from the various managers within the department. We really appreciate that. My question, in fact, is not a question. Just want to be clarified in terms of the statement made in the page 11. Let's go to page 11. The heading is key service delivery risk. And then you go to economy. Then you check the infrastructure. My clarity is to say, I don't understand that second bullet. State of provincial and national construction industry detrimentally affects ability to deliver infrastructure. I want to be clarified on that one. And then I couple that one, the same statement, I couple it with page 21. The provincial overview of 30 September. Then I go straight to infrastructure. I want us to take that statement, if it's allowed, Chairperson. I want us to take that statement of page 11. We brought it over to infrastructure, the spending of infrastructure of 35%. Because in the last standing committee meetings, I remember there was a pertinent question to this committee to say, in terms of the spending of the infrastructure, what is the cost for them to be at that percentage of the spending? And one of the reasons was to say extortion. And nowhere in this presentation is that been mentioned. And to take it furthermore, there was also a pertinent request to the committee to say they must indicate who is these people. And I don't know whether the MEC can remember in the HOD, there was this question to say they must indicate to us what project is being hammered by this extortion and all those. I thought it will form part of this infrastructure. Can I be protected by
Apologies,
this human here?
Member Stoffel. I see there's a GNU meeting there at
Hey.
the back. Member Walters, please.
So can I be
not
protected, Chair, by the two members?
disturb Member Nkondli there at the back.
In fact, they are not even sitting on the desk. They are.
Member Walters, please do not disturb Member
they go
Nkondli.
back?
She's concentrating. Please continue, Member Stoffel.
This is the strategy, Chair, in order for us to divert us from this actual, but it's not going to work. So, Chair, I hope I will be clarified by the MEC and the HOD. And then also I want to check with the MEC and the HOD to say on page, I think, the infrastructure. Let's go to infrastructure again on page 26. And then you couple that with the adjustment budget presentation from MEM on the other side. you couple that. My question in the whole presentation, there was a question that was been asked by Honorable Nkondlo in terms of the dwellers. Then she said, if I capture her correctly, she said the dwellers is not only the people on the street or people, the informal settlements is also forming part of it. And also there was an indication that said that the city of Cape Town, the last that you have received from them states pertaining that it's in 2023 or 2022, if I'm correct. So I want to check with this adjustment budget, does they form part of this adjustment in terms of infrastructure, in terms of disaster? I'm talking specific in terms of the informal settlements areas, our Khayelitsha, our Nyanga, about those areas that have been affected. Does they form part of this adjustment budget? And also in terms of their infrastructures, where they currently sit, because I don't think they got homes to call. They don't have homes where they can say they don't have homes. So I wanted to check that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Over to the Minister and the department.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll take some of them. So one of the books that we've tabled is the overview of adjusted provincial and municipal infrastructure investment. It's the smaller blue book. This is the adjustment, obviously, of the original infrastructure book that we tabled in the beginning of the year. And part of this book and these tables will also be in the main budget, but in the infrastructure one, it's just a bit more comprehensive, it all together. And when you go to page 40 in this book, what we've done is you see all of the different adjustments, for example, of infrastructure in the type of infrastructure, its project number, its project name, the stage it is in, the district, the local municipality, and it includes, for example, if the city of Cape Town's in there, project duration, the start date, the anticipated finish date, the source of funding, the name of the program, the total cost, current expenditure, main appropriation, whether we've adjusted, and then what it looks like at the end. So, for example, I'm just gonna start reading out random examples here. I see some stuff from City of Cape Town here. Adjustments in City of Cape Town for it's well, I think this one is a package program for EPWP. I see, for example, Ristov adjustments here. I see package program preventative maintenance here. I see, for example, there's ad hoc maintenance, ECD maintenance, and you can go on. Like I'm obviously not going to go through every single line item because it's for the whole province. It's not specifically for just one area. Vuyaseka High School is getting extra adjustments here. Luandle Technical High School I see is getting adjustments here. But Chair, the point I'm trying to make isn't to go through every single particular adjustment, but if it is a project of the province, then it will be in the infrastructure book. If it is a project of the city of Cape Town, it will be in their budget. And those budgets for them will be tabled by their council. It won't necessarily be in our book. Our book, if it's in the city of Cape Town area, but if it's a provincial program, or provincial project, it will be in our books because then it comes from our funding specifically. So just that particular, and then maybe if we can just assist with the housing waiting list, the dwellers and so on. Then, should I quickly go back to the top? So for education and health, I just want to quickly go back there to the projected pressures. So what we do, Member Van Wyk, is every quarter, part of what we table for the quarterly performance, non-financial performance, and financial performance is we essentially table what the projected pressure is as at a particular date. Now you will see, I think it was end of March, for example, the projected pressure, I think, in education was over 800 million. They then brought that projected pressure down, I think, in July the 31st, they brought that projected pressure down to 687 million rand. Since then, that projected pressure came down to now 30 September of 405 million. Now that includes, for example, when you match and place teachers, for example, because the savings you have in terms of the matching and placing brings your pressure, that amount that you're projecting. So it's what that projected pressure in these slides mean is that if you're currently spending the way that you are spending, then we are projecting that by the end of the financial year in March 2025, this is what extra you're going to need. But if you're able to report the pressure early on, a good department that always reports pressures really early, for example, is health and wellness, but that's because we can quickly see the medical inflation on the procurement happening. So if you're able to report your pressure early on, so that we can try and see how are you also managing it, because once you've reported your pressure, you must also now come to Treasury and say, okay, what is the first point of call? How are you going to manage this projected pressure? How are you going to minimize it? Because obviously it's going to have an impact on the fiscus. So that projected pressure as of 30 September was then reduced to 30 September as 405. So that was the starting point for that beginning, the 2 months ago of the beginning of the budget process, essentially. On top of that pressure, there's a possible pressure coming in terms of learner enrollments and walk-ins in the new year. So what we've done in our calculations is we've calculated that pressure in already so that we can try and see what does the full picture look like. Further, in terms of what we mean by unearmarking is, you're correct to say that with the BFI funding, that funding is obviously infrastructure money. It's that 251, but that 251 forms part of the full 2.5 billion rand. That's all infrastructure money. The next tranche of money they'll get is April with the 1 billion. Yes, the second tranche of the BFI money that they get the 1 billion is, and then they'll get the next tranche in the next section. Now, there's currently pairs in the infrastructure budget. Okay, that's equitable share. You can do anything with equitable share. You don't have to use it for infrastructure. Now, by unearmarking the pairs within your infrastructure budget, you allow that department the maneuverability to use that equitable share for something else. So it's very much a situation where, as a provincial treasury, we can help give you the tools that you need to build the boat. But that executive authority in that department needs to go build the boat and to sail it through the water. Provincial treasury is not going to build the boat for you. But we need to be that enabling and reliable partner to help put the tools together and give you the room, give you the space to be able to move things around in order to deal with the pressure that you have reported. Because if we're not able to do that, the implication on the fiscus is going to be, where are we going to get that extra money from? We are working within a situation where the provincial envelope is staying the same. And that is where we're working from. So, and it's very similar with health, where we're saying, yes, we're giving you extra money from the provincial revenue fund, but let us unearmark your infrastructure budget so that if you are not able to get your projected pressure down within the financial year, it gives you space to use that equitable share for something else. Yeah. So in terms of what they're going to use the equitable share for, provincial treasury, we have done our duty in terms of putting those tools together and creating that space. Those respective departments are now going to have to indicate to members and the committees and to Parliament how are they going to deal with their respective pressures. Then, just to Member Walters, in terms of the top slicing, so in the Constitution, when we look at section 214, subsection 1, subsection A, it clearly speaks about the equitable division of revenue between the spheres of government. And I'm just going to read it out again because I do like this particular section in the Constitution. An Act of Parliament must provide for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally, because all of our taxes first go to national, among the national, provincial, and local spheres of government. That is before the 9 provinces start fighting about the share they got. And that vertical slice, that's subsection A. The horizontal slice is subsection B, where then it says the determination of each province's equitable share of the provincial share of that revenue. So it must be equitable vertically and it must be equitably horizontally. Now, we are saying, yes, there are ways to improve the actual formula between the 9 provinces. There are. However, we are all fighting over the same pie. So now I might get 10% this year, and then next year you might get the 10%, and then next year the other province gets the 10%. It's all the same money. It's all the same provincial pot of the pie. What actually needs to happen is that share that national gives to all provinces downwards, vertically, needs to increase. And it's not impossible, because the national treasury in the national government, in the current MTBPS, announced that the local government equitable share is increasing to 9.8%. So they went to find money. So we need to ask ourselves, okay, if we can find money to increase the local government equitable share, we need to find money to increase the provincial equitable share as well for provinces. And it's not just for Western Cape, it must increase it for all 9 provinces, because all 9 provinces are going to have to deal with health, all 9 provinces are going to have to deal with education, and all 9 provinces are going to have to deal with social workers in that regard. Secondly, in terms of the top slice, and maybe this is a controversial view, but it's a view I've always held. I believe Section 76 legislation should originally be introduced in the National Council of Provinces, because it actually needs to go through provinces first before it gets to national. And the Constitution provides for it in Section 76 subsection 1 as well as 76 subsection 2. The one procedure is you can introduce Section 76 legislation in the National Assembly, and the other one you can introduce it in the National Council of Provinces. Nothing prevents the introduction of the division of revenue in the National Council of Provinces as a port of first call. And this is a view, and the reason for this is because then you first go to provinces for your public participation for your 9 provinces, then you take it to the National Assembly to say, actually, now that we've consulted provinces first, now let's deal with this in this regard. And then let me just have a look here. Key service delivery risks. I think, yeah, that's more technical items. If the team can just come in here, and I suspect the spending reasons for the infrastructure you're going to find in the link that we've sent to the budget committee on the quarter. So what that link that we sent to the committee previously on infrastructure, it's a much bigger book. So this particular section on financial spending and non-financial spending is actually just a presentation that we do for you. But that previous link that we forwarded to you, that's the full information pack online. So then in every single department and entity, if they're underspending in infrastructure, in that link and that documentation that we forward to the committee on a quarterly basis, they have to actually explain why there's an underspending at that time in infrastructure. Now, it is very much possible that by the end of the financial year, a particular department and entity will spend 100%. That's very much possible, but they must still account for why are they currently at the current rate of spending for that particular quarter, and members are within their right to ask those questions. Those questions must be asked, and the respective departments and entities must be able to give you an answer. And I can tell you the answer is gonna vary. On COE, for example, I know Department of Health sometimes delays the appointment of posts because they didn't have money for goods and services because of the medical inflation, and they needed to do that, because what do you do when you have to save someone's life right now? You have to make a tough decision, and sometimes it comes up as an accounting entry when we report it. So they need to be able to give you that context. They need to be able to give you that answers and be able to justify those particular decisions. I don't have a particular answer for you if on a particular department or entity, but maybe if the department wants to add some extra information, but also the departments need to be able to give you an answer on their spending rates.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just to make sure Minister is done. So, I'm going to touch on the housing demand first, and I think if the link will cover the infrastructure, the point on in terms of the risk, the construction, industry, but also just to indicate in our publication, we expand a little bit more in terms of the MTBPS on the state of the construction industry when we look at the outlook in 2024. And the industry itself had a 3.1% decline in GDP. So we see that there's some challenges within there. And then also the cost of delivery rose by 14%, which adds to the woes of the construction industry and therefore the ability to continue to deliver at the rate. In addition to the issues that you might have raised earlier, there are issues of extortion and things like that also in the system, and that's the risk that we're also just trying to highlight. Just in terms of the housing demand, the presentation spoke to the number of waiting applications and does have the City of Cape Town, but maybe just to direct the committee to this one, the Cape Metro, the Metro publication. On pages 108 and 109, we see that the total housing demand currently, the City of Cape Town as the bulk of the shares within the city of Cape Town. Of the total, because we have housing demand year-on-year change, we don't have the city's data on the slide. But we have the city's data in terms of housing demand, in terms of the waiting period on the slide on the left-hand side. So in the document itself, we can see that of the total housing demand within the Western Cape, the Cape Metro accounts for more than 60% of that housing demand. And then when we do look at the growth of formal and informal dwellings within the Cape Metro, what we picked up in terms of the research is that the growth of the informal dwellings year on year are on the rise, so much so that it is outperforming growth of formal dwellings. When we're talking to, it started from 2022 and 2023, we see that there's more informal dwellings within the boundaries of the City of Cape Town than actual formal dwellings. And that information is on page 109 in this publication. Thank you. I'm going to ask Annalise to just, if there's anything else that I've missed, perhaps. Okay.
Thank you very much, members. Second round of questions. I saw member Bombu earlier, member Nkondlu, and a third member Stoffel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, I missed your presentation, Honorable Minister, earlier. And thank you very much. Just in case probably I miss out to congratulate the new doctor in the house, Dr. Zinat Ishmael. Congratulations, has just obtained her PhD. She used to be my source of stats. If I want any person to beat and hemorrhage the stats, I used to ask her to do it on my behalf. Thank you very much. But a quick one, Minister, and also HOD. It's for my own understanding. So it's not a question per se, but probably I might have
interpreted some of it. So the adjustment for the province, it's 1.7 billion. Within that adjustment, 1.2 billion comes from national, and then the rest comes from the provinces, including the rollover. Now, question one: within the national grants that comes from there, I see a whole lot of a bigger slice. I'm not sure it's 58% that goes to the infrastructure. And you split it to the infrastructure and then some little smaller nyana to the economy and all of those. And then you indicated also the other part of the money that you have earmarked for the transport. It's also going into the infrastructure, and some of the others is part of the infrastructure. So question is about when we were presenting the quarter by quarter, you did demonstrate that there's been some of other delays in the infrastructure project, whatever reason. So why is it that you're still gonna give so much slice? And it's because of this just shorter period. How will you be able to monitor? Are you gonna come back in the third quarter and say that now we need to adjust? I do know that around about January, you're still waiting for the confirmation letters for the grants, for the motor fees and all of those. So is it not risky to put so much money in one department, which they're supposed to do for the others as well? I do understand the issue of the BFI in regard to the disaster, which was what the national was giving. But some of those disaster was impacting other departments. So why are you giving so much big slice for the infrastructure, yet you are the ones who have indicated that there's been some of the risk in relation to the parts of the under expenditure. And then the other thing is about related to, I didn't hear exactly what is the 25 million for the integrated transport hub. I wasn't sure about it. Having said that, we are the only province, as far as I'm aware, that the transport or mobility has got nothing to do with the roads. Yet the majority of what the mobility does is happening on the roads. So why are you shifting so much money to the other departments in order to babysit the other department for that? At what extent that you'll be looking in regard to at least you give some of the chunks to the mobility so that they could be able to do. I understand the issue of the maintenance. I understand the issue of it because it's a BFI and also from the conditional grants in regard to that space. And then lastly, it was about, I think it was your opening statement, HOD, when you spoke about the in-year verse. I think I had a conversation earlier with informal conversation with a minister. When I was saying that, do we have to look at the whole? Whilst I know that the formula or generally is about you look at the whole MTF, so that you could be able to have an understanding in terms of what's going to happen in the outer years. And also the MTBS, it also talks to the MTF. But in regard, because we know that always in those outer years, the immediate ones, there will always be changes down the line, especially during the budget speeches. But you did mention something about the issue related to, whilst we're talking about the in-year, there might be the change. At what extent that as a committee, we have to put so much energy? Because, for example, when I was looking at the budget, I could be able to say, okay, let me focus on the in-year. I'm looking in terms of what's going to happen in December in regard to the health service pressures. What's going to happen in January in regard to the schools enrollment? What's going to happen to the crime when we've got all the tourists and everyone coming to Cape Town when it comes to that? And then I'm looking at the 1.7 billion. And then I'm saying, okay, in the province, from the province, how much are they providing from the provincial pass in regard to for the mitigation of those kind of the risk? I could be able to do that. And then I interrogate in that space. But when you are saying, no, don't only look at that, look at the outer year, which is from the 1st of April, then it becomes problematic because it means that actually there's no budget increase. There's nothing. And then I don't know whether I must make a noise in regard to that. There's nothing from the 1st of April. I really don't know how we're going to do it for the 1st of April, but we do from next year. But the issue is about even for now. So how would you advise us as the committee in regard to where we need, which part of the room where we could make a loud noise? Because remember, we're supposed to help you so that we could be able to say to the National Treasury, shame on you, how dare. But where would we want us to do the how dare? Is it for the in-ear, or it's about shouting through? Because we do know that there might be some changes in the METS and in the MTEF. Plus also the MTPS, it always keeps on changing and all of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Mbombu. Member Nkondlu.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just maybe take on what just part of the initial question of Member Mbombo. Speaking as a former MEC, you can see her insight into understanding the budget processes, and I think that is an advantage to be sitting on the other side and you come this side, because you've got, a more stronger insight on how, those processes come together. But I think particularly on this mobility and infrastructure, I think I'm just worried, just generally on these two new, and we say new, although they are new in an old wine bottle, it's old wine in a new bottle, because it's exactly the same people in those departments. But in terms of spending capacity, and also the fact that we're sitting here recently on the annual reports, and my mind is still fresh on some of the conversations we had with the various departments and what are their pressure points. So when I listen to you talk about what you view as treasury, as pressure points of the departments versus the conversations that we're having here with the AG and with those departments, there is a slight difference, which for me, obviously, we would be told that we are still going to have conversations with those departments, which is okay, and we shall have. It's a normal thing that we all know. We are preaching to the converted on those ones. The point I'm raising is that it's important for me, because we have this particular process of engaging with you first, to hear when you speak that you are speaking also in alignment with the departments, as a department that is carrying the purse of the province and dishing that purse. And that's just my concern around, indeed, the spending capacity within these new two departments, and the fact that even when we're dealing with our annual reports, we're seeing that they are still overburdened and overwhelmed with the transition processes that had serious impact in those two departments. But having said that, I would, before I even enter in my questions, be worried about the fact that Provincial Parliament in this budget on slide 28 is actually gonna be adjusted out, there, if you look at its budget, and I'm gonna be told to go to that, but I'm interested to know from you, how is this parliament expected to do its oversight work? When the money of this parliament, and very interestingly, because parliament is supposed to be the one that, allocates the money. But interestingly, in terms of the system, you come and tell us how this parliament, because this is the money that is supposedly cut from our own budget. I'm sure the speaker, those that are sitting in that committee, will be able to answer this question. But I'm interested in page 29 about this 25 million of cash flow requirements for Freeport Saldanha. Why are we having to deal the cash flow problems? What does that mean to me, a layperson? What does it mean, HOD, of having to maybe shift and allocate 25 million for cash flow requirements? I don't understand what that means. Perhaps you can assist me. A comment I wanted to provide, I think, on the quarterly performance. I just wanted to provide a comment on the quarterly performance, I think from page 14 to 16, if I'm not mistaken. I thought there was sort of a red line in the previous presentations that you would provide of what is what do you call it as Western Cape government, which is the ceiling that you would put in terms of performance, unless I'm mistaken, which will then indicate those that are performing below what is the provincial government expected performance. I mustn't be like I'm speaking Chinese here, because when I'm looking at your facial expression, it's like I'm speaking Chinese, and I'm not. I'm going to speak Xhosa if my English is failing you guys. The point I'm raising is that this has been how you present the information to us. You would have what is, the provincial government expected performance across all, so that you are able, when you put this graph, which is on page 15, and I'm not seeing it. I like consistency because it helps me to understand, especially I'm no longer young. So if we can keep being consistent so that we understand how to read information. Because this, for me, that was very important in understanding what is it that as provincial government you look for in terms of standard of a performance that you set. So I would like that to be actually brought back. And also we look at, at the performance of and I like the clustering of the three. And I think we need to put more effort onto the economic cluster, because the economic cluster is very important in terms of the focus of this provincial government. We can't be led by the governance cluster. It's okay, it's an enabler. As you would always say, governance is an enabler. What we want is the economy to grow, and therefore those that are in the economy cluster must be performing in the requisite manner. And this takes me to this slide, or slide 17, because I like the presentation that was made by the good doctor. Congratulations indeed. That in the left, it's left on me here, in the left table, I think you demonstrate what is there in the overall economy. Here, you pick up what would be direct intervention, which is not everything. You see, when the politician, which is the minister, stands and makes the claim about the provincial economy and what this provincial government has done, for me, I'm interested in data to authenticate and legitimize what she's saying. So you see, if we talk about the number of jobs created in the Western Cape, this is what must tell me exactly if the claim she is making, we can be able to say, indeed, she is correct. So I would like that more effort would have to be done, not to sample some, because what we see here in this left exactly tells us, as you were explaining, even in numbers, the number of jobs. So we want to know the number of jobs that have been enabled across the economy, because Western Cape interventions are not the only ones that are enabling the economy. The national government, EPWP jobs, and all of that. So we want to know what is the percentage of the direct intervention by provincial departments and their entities versus any other. So I would like that, maybe that is an exercise that we would like to, personally, I would like to see that information so that indeed we can appreciate the work that gets to be done directly by the Western Cape government interventions versus what is done in the broader sense of the economy. So I think those were just my comments, and I think issues I just wanted to raise in this. Others, as we would be advised, will take it to the various departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo. Honorable Stoffel, and I see the hand of Honorable Mbombo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I'm covered with my first question because my first question was also related into the infrastructure. Why would a department been added funds whilst the previous funds was not being spent? I think Honorable Mbombo have also alluded us the same question. The second question is on page 19, social economic pictures through outcome of indicators. Doctor, I think that one is it's during your presentation, you have presented that. The HIV positive rate for 15 to 24-year-old for the second quarter was 1.3. Now, that 1.3 is fine. We don't know whether it's at schools or it's where, because if you check on the age, that age indicate to you it might be at schools because those children are at school. That on that age, the children is supposed to still be at school level. So it doesn't indicate. And even on top of that, do you still think, Doctor, when we have reached that percentage, whatever we have in place, is it still viable? Don't you think we should then maybe come up with new strategies in terms of improving in our strategies that we are implementing or from your department? So that is the question, Chair. Chair, is there something wrong? Chair is intimidating me from the chairperson seat. I don't know.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to proceed or are you finished?
Did I done something wrong, Chairperson?
No, you haven't done anything wrong.
Oh, okay. Okay, I don't know. Thank you.
Can I proceed with chairing the meeting?
Yes, Chair.
Okay,
Please.
thank you. Honorable Mbombo, I see they love the GNU. They keep on referring to Honorable Mbombo. That's why I'm smiling.
Okay, sorry, it's just an addition. I forgot to ask about it. Actually, I was going to ask, but it flips through. I'm being reminded by Honorable Nkondlo, the issue of the provincial funding for the energy, which is it's 14.7. It's 40.7 in terms of the adjustment allocations. And also the other issue is about the parliament decrease. Like when I was looking in terms of the decrease, sorry to start with the energy, it says 14, and then somewhere it talks about the specifics about, I think, about 4.7 that goes to the green. I'm not sure the others goes to where. If you could maybe explain exactly what. The reason that I'm interested is because when the government was into March on the energy, it was during the time of the load shedding, which is we haven't received any load shedding. And two, understandable, it's about moving away from the fossils towards the green. But now, when you look in terms of the current states of where we have to raw poll and pay Pauline. So the question is about why would you want to put 14 million to the energy? Maybe if you could get a rationale motivation around that. And then the other part is for the peace officers, which you give 10.4 million, the peace officers. Is it that money going to the city, or how will these peace officers, is it also going to the other municipalities, or you just all give it to the city, or you will be giving to other municipalities? I'm the constituents of George, so always the rural, I have to prioritize them because we also have got, some needs. And then the last one, which Member Kondo indicated, the issue of Parliament. Why was there a decrease in the budget? It might be minimal, but the budget for the decrease in Parliament. And also the others that I saw, there was a decrease for social development. So when you have got a budget where you decrease the adjustment, you decrease social development, you decrease Parliament, but you will put aside cash flow for the SCZ, more money to the energy at the time that the energy is not necessarily as kind of intense as it's important. But if you, when you have to compare in terms of where you're supposed to rob Paul and pay Pauline, it doesn't make sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. Over to you, Minister.
Okay, Chair, I'm going to deal with the decrease, the net amount on WCP and social development first. The Provincial Treasury did not decrease the WCP budget. The WCP is realigning the budget, and there's COE expenditure that has not been completely concluded. We are not decreasing the WCP budget. What you see in the book is what we are getting essentially, and it's realignment. So we're not decreasing the WCP budget. That's the first part. The social development budget, and the technical team can come in here. And I said to the speaker, I'm not taking anything. It's you are telling me. But now WCBP must deal with WCBP matters via the what's the committee's name now again? The oversight committee on that vote, and that's why that vote goes to that committee. But I just want to make it unequivocally clear: the Provincial Treasury is not decreasing the WCBP's budget. The second part is we're also not decreasing the social development budget. The reason you're seeing the net decrease is because social development needs infrastructure to do some infrastructure things for social development. So part of that budget you will see is moving between votes so that the infrastructure department can do the work for social development. So nothing's changing in that particular ambit. What we're actually doing is we're actually increasing the social development budget because not only in the speech, but in the book, you'll see that we're giving social development, humanitarian relief funding, as well as nutritional support funding, because they're finding it very difficult dealing with disasters and having to wait for national government departments in disasters before they're able to get funding or be able to deal with the particular relief. So those two budgets, in accounting terms, it will look like a decrease in the book, but because it's moving the funding to where it must be implemented, actually, it's not a decrease. Social development's increasing, and WCBP is a WCBP matter. But I'll ask the team also to come in there a little bit more in that regard. So we're not spending their money on energy or water or anything else. We actually decreased the energy reserve in order to reprioritize for other matters. Then, in terms of shifting money from mobility, I'm going to ask the team just to come in there, but it's also about where does the mandate lie? Because if everything infrastructure is going to be done by the infrastructure in terms of roads, then the infrastructure on roads money is going to end up going to roads, for example. So we also have to ask ourselves, where does that particular mandate lie? If the mandate changes, then the money will follow the mandate. Then in terms of just the split on the disaster funding, so when you have obviously your disaster, your respective departments have to do an assessment for National Treasury and for COCTA. Then that assessment that you do in terms of what is that damages goes to National, and then National Treasury will do their own assessment, and COCTA does their assessment to see, do they agree with what you have said? Then they will decide whether or not they're going to give you the money for disasters. The money for disasters we're getting is for the period of December 2023 to July 2024. So some of that money is already spent. It's gone. Because we had to spend it at the time for the disaster. So some of that money is actually repayments that is coming now back into the budget in order to pay for what we were doing. But also if you haven't fixed it yet, you must now fix it in that regard. If I remember correctly, and the team must help me now, we actually didn't get all of the disaster money in that application that we asked for. It's if we can just get the figures for that. But essentially, more or less, the disaster money is repayment. Even when it comes to BFI, we must remember the rapid build already started building previously. And National Treasury previously said, and that was in the main budget allocation, that they're provisionally allocating the 2.5 billion because the technical work wasn't done at that time. But at that time, obviously, we're building already. So, and now the BFI funding is confirmed. So what was said previously by National Treasury in terms of conditional funding is now confirmed. So a lot of the things that we're also getting in is also based on things that we were already doing, but some of it is essentially repayments. And you can't go back to National Treasury and COCTA say, we don't want to spend this disaster money on this item because those are the projects you originally sent to say, this building was affected by a flood. Can we please get money to fix this building? You can't then, when you get the money for disasters, now spend that money on a different building. You must spend the money on that building that was affected by the flood. So if you fixed that building, and you already spent your own money, what we're going to do is that's a repayment. That's a repayment for the money that you've already spent on the building that was affected by the flood. And that's essentially how that works. And that's why that particular money is coming through those particular grants. And when you add them together, it's all essentially for those disaster applications. And in the province, we really try our best to coordinate those applications through both DLG and environment, as well as making sure that everyone just keeps Provincial Treasury abreast so we can keep track on all of these respective payments. The other question was regarding risky putting it into one department. This is not necessarily only about disasters. I think an important question for all departments and entities is, do you have the ability to spend the money? It's sometimes you want this amazing idea, and that's awesome. We want people to have innovative ideas, but departments and entities must also come to Parliament to account for, are you actually able to spend the money we've given? Because then you can't get upset when Provincial Treasury comes and says, we take some of your money back if you're not spending your money. We must work as a team together. We must provide the tools, but you must build the boat. That is what teamwork means. We must, that's teamwork. Then the operational money for Saldanha, I'll just ask the team to come in there, please. And I know I didn't cover everything on mobility there. Then in here, formula whole, MTIF. Okay, MTIF, sorry. So in the differences in pressure, so what they've done with the PACE formulas, obviously they sent us our preliminary allocation. No? And in the preliminary allocation, we're also going to see the pairs being phased in over 3 years. So even though the pairs data was updated with the 2024 mid-year population estimates, with the GDP estimates, with the departmental estimates across the departments, that money that we're supposed to actually get immediately, we're going to get over 3 years, 2025, 2026 financial year, and 2027 financial year. So that last tranche of money that is actually 2024 data, we're only going to get in the 2027-28 financial year. Next year, we're getting 65 million. Then we're getting the next year after that 252 million. Then we're getting 356 million. But there's obviously problems with this, because if we keep doing this 3-year phase in, we're never going to get to the situation where we're getting all the money we need right now. Because that money that's being phased in, we actually need right now, but we're only going to get it later. So it creates a situation where you can't budget for that whole 600 and odd million rand immediately. You have to try and you have to essentially almost like tell yourself, what are your priorities right now? The other part of that is, if the data changes over the next years, or if there's reviews to the pairs, are we going to still get this money? So we know we're going to, if our allocation letter comes, if all things remain equal, we're getting this money. But there's a likelihood that things might not remain equal, and that might change. We might end up getting less in outer years than we thought we would get. In terms of upcoming pressures, now, something that I've tried my best to reiterate to departments, and I'm sure this will be a journey, is that you must also report your upcoming pressures. I can't smell if something's going to happen in terms of an external pressure all of a sudden in terms of a service delivery demand. The reason you must report your pressure, Provincial Treasury will also do its own assessment to say, actually, maybe you didn't take into account X, actually your pressure is more, or maybe you over-projected, actually your pressure is actually less than what it actually is. And as a Provincial Treasury and as .P, we must then come to the Budget Committee, and what we do collectively is we give you this information in terms of what the departments are reporting in terms of their pressures specifically. And that pressure is based on historical spending, their current spending, what we think is going to happen in upcoming months, but also departments have a duty to report their pressure. If you don't report your pressure, we're going to make the assumption you're fine, you're growing and glowing and you're awesome and everything is okay. Then in terms of, but also when you report your pressure, you must provide the data and the evidence to support the pressure you are reporting. You can't come and say, I have a commitment, but you don't submit your commitment. You must submit all of your data and evidence. We say trust and transparency. So if you're going to report your pressure, you must report all of the data and the evidence to support your pressure. Otherwise, we're going to tell you, if you don't submit your evidence, maybe you didn't necessarily calculate your pressure correctly. And we need to be honest with ourselves then. In terms of, let me just, sorry, sometimes I don't understand my own handwriting. You said, do we make a noise? Yes, make a noise. Please make a noise. Colleagues, I cannot underestimate the fact that provincial envelopes are remaining the same. Because when the committees come to departments and say, you must spend more money on this, you must spend more money. And I promise you, there's not one department that's going to say they don't need more money. Every department and entity is going to tell Parliament it needs more money. I promise you that. Every single department. But if the pie remains the same, difficult decisions must be made. And in this regard, we really do need to stand together as provinces to make sure that that envelope must increase. The pie must increase. Spending capacity. Yes, departments must be able to explain their spending capacity, the ability to implement, the capacity to execute, but also the capacity, the ability and capacity to spend. And I'll just ask the team to come in because the split between mobility and infrastructure, I was chair of budget, but it's a bit before my time in my current role in terms of spending capacities in the two departments in that regard. Then, no, we dealt with the realignment there. Sorry, just hang on. Then we can ask Dr. Ishmael, just .P with the quarterly performance and the red lines and the adding the extra data in terms of jobs and so on, and the differentiation, the percentages. And then Member Stoffel asked about health, where the HIV positive rate items are. I'm not sure whether our team will know that, but perhaps the health department might know that. Maybe that is something to ask health. But if the team has extra information, if we could please assist there. Then also just on the peace officer money, just on the energy reserve. So we are taking some money away from the energy reserve in order to reprioritize for other matters. Also, what has occurred is in the energy council, it's now called the Energy and Water Council. Eskom also sometimes do presentations to the Energy and Water Council. And there's a real possibility that we might have load shedding next year. And it might be worse than what we've seen. And it's based on their projections, not our projections, their projections. So just because we don't have load shedding right now, doesn't necessarily mean we won't have load shedding in the future. And we need to still make sure that we budget for energy security in the province, because at the end of the day, lots of people, they won't necessarily care about whether local government is providing the service or provincial governments providing the service or national governments providing the service. When your electricity goes off, people want your public representatives, your departments, your governments, your spheres to respond. And energy security is a real risk in the province, and similarly, water security has become a risk. So what we've done in terms of the energy reserve is Energy Council has asked us, because they're changing their priorities, not just energy, is water as well. Please can we change the reserve to energy and water? So currently in here, you won't necessarily see those water projects filtering through in the energy reserve. It will likely only come in the main budget in terms of their prioritization. But in the meantime, we are preparing the reserve for them, so that if they wish to reprioritize for water security, then the possibilities there. There's also a list of projects in the energy allocations that's on page 99 of the MTBPS policy statement book. And then what it does is it takes the full energy plan. I don't know what the energy plan is called. I'm calling it an energy plan now. It takes the full energy plan, tells you how much per year per project is being budgeted for, and then at the end it tells you the energy reserve and obviously then the total in that regard. Okay, HOD and team.
I think Minister's covered all of the questions, actually. But let me touch and start off with the Freeport Saldanha cash flow requirement. On slide 29, we're raising it as an in-year fiscal risk. The entity indicated that there is a risk in terms of their cash flow, which amounts to 25 million, and that is specifically for project and investment support. So the proposal here is not to fund the 25 million from the fiscus, but there is some reprioritization. Part of it relates to the department contributing, the parent department or Department of Economic Development and Tourism. Part of it also will be because of the alignment in terms of the issues that one would need to address if we talk investor support. There is then also an allocation coming from Westgrow. So we're just basically raising the risk and the total risk. But and then there is also the energy green energy. Green hydrogen. I'm reading here and I realize that okay, something is wrong. Green hydrogen, which is the 4.7, which will also then be redirected towards the project and investor support requests made by Freeport Saldanha. There's also then an amount that we are putting up from the Provincial Revenue Fund, but the bulk of it, or it's a contribution. It's a combination of contribution towards the entity. There is also other things happening within the space, but I think what is clear is that there is definitely investor pipeline, and that there is meetings with investors taking place within this week to really ensure that they get the necessary support for in terms of the funding that we are providing, but also that so that they can pull these investors in. I'm also going to ask Taryn maybe just to expand, although Minister referred to the MTBPS. You covered? Okay, then Annelies and then Zenit. No? Thanks.
Right. So I think there was one question on the 10.4 million in terms of police oversight and community safety. Am I correct? Yes. So how the 10.4 million is made up of is that there's additional support to neighborhood watch programs of 1.4 million rand. There's also then an expanding of the peace officer training to increase law enforcement. That's about 3.6 million. And then in terms of for youth resilience programs and expansion of work opportunities, about 5.4. That's the package of which the 10.4 is made up of. The member then further asked is in terms of which municipality, what we've got in terms of the draft transfers to the municipalities of that 10.4, 3.6 million is going to the city. In terms of from that perspective, and then I only have then another 1 million rand, which is going in terms of to various municipalities, but that is in terms of to increase our support for the K9 units outside of the city. But that's all I have. That is in terms of going to municipalities then from that funding. Then there was another question on. I think Minister partially covered it, but I think we need to understand the funding we're receiving from National on the disaster for the disaster funding. And the question asking the Treasury is the fact that why are we putting in terms of the funding with the infrastructure department? Now, one of the things, there's a few things in terms of the disaster funding and actually how that happens. So as Minister firstly indicated, we put in applications, and we must remember now we've had a few in terms of floods, because remember this is December 2023 till July 2024. And in that period, we probably had about three to four in terms of severe weather implications. And so the funding we applied for is way more than the 947 million that we are receiving for that period. That's the first thing. The second thing is the disaster funding is coming through conditional grants. So we don't have, unfortunately, as a province, we don't have the discretion of where to place the funds. It's coming through that conditional grant. It must go to that department. I think the member then further said in terms of the 947, 571, quite correctly, is going to infrastructure. But because it's coming through the roads maintenance grant, our application had for the disasters that we had on our roads. Then we also put in an application, and part of the application was also for Cape Nature because their roads also then washed away. Now, there is not a grant for the environmental sector, unfortunately. We're also the only province who received money in this round for disasters, and therefore there wasn't enough time to, and it's quite inefficient then to have a grant designed just for environmental affairs. And that's why that the amount for Cape Nature, for environmental affairs and development planning, and the roads has come through the roads grant. And that's why we see that big amount of 571, but it's actually split between the two. We've also then had conversations with the Department of Infrastructure is about the ability to spend. Not only from a perspective of what's happening on the roads, but also the ability to spend that it's coming through Cape Nature's funding, and environmental affairs is coming through that roads grant. Now, this is where we then have written to national. We're getting 947 million is a lot of money to get in terms of November that we're getting the funding. Now, but we're not going to say no thank you to it. But what we have done is we have written in terms of to the National Treasury our understanding. We won't be able to spend the full 947 million in this financial year. So we've already written that our understanding of this allocation is that it's for a minimum of 2 financial years. And so that gives our departments. It's
the same WhatsApp group.
and so what we and so what we're saying is the fact that in terms of the funding that's coming in, it would have ideal if National actually gave us the funding from the 1st of April in the 2024 when we were doing the main budget, but they've given it us in their adjustments budget. And so they need to take the timing of when they're giving us the funding into account. And so we've already written to them around in terms of the fact that the timing of when we're getting the funding. And then in terms of when we were questioning the infrastructure department, they have indicated that they are in terms of now accelerating their projects because we've never got an outright answer from National of whether we were going to get funding in terms of disaster. And therefore, now that they understand the package of funding that they have now accelerated their planning, and they're also looking at in terms of implementation now that they're going to be working throughout the summer. So in terms of December and January, they're also looking at in terms of increasing the implementation from that perspective. So to given also that understanding, because Minister asked me to indicate, for example, there's 300 million that we got for agriculture, and this is in terms of for river protection and so on in terms of to respond to the damage where that was concerned. But the actual costing that we've put in is into the value of about 500 million, for example, but we got 300 million for that. So I think I've covered the flood. Is there something else that I missed?
Just more information on the WCPP money.
Oh, yes, I can do that. WCPP, that I was prepared for, yes. So the WCPP is in terms of what has actually happened is, as indicated, I mean, our allocation letter for 2025 is indicating that, I mean, we are actually only receiving 647 million addition over the next 3 years. We're getting addition of 647 million. It's nowhere near our service delivery demands and risks that we're currently facing. So as I indicated, we then indicated to all the vote that this is the outlook for 2025. And where they are then saying at the current financial year, where they have, in terms of having, for example, in terms of some savings perhaps on COE, but they know there's pressures they're facing for next year, they're able then, in terms of for us reducing it in the current financial year and then allocating that for 2025. For the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, what they then have requested for us as the Treasury to do is that they are reducing on their COE, they're reducing about 1.064 million rand, and then they're utilizing that for laptop refresh over the new financial years to come. They're also then reducing their goods and services to deal with pressures for next year. And one of the new pressures that is facing the Western Cape Provincial Parliament is in terms of it's the unintended consequences of fiscal consolidation on other departments, for example, the police service. So now before, where police service was paying for certain security services for the Western Cape Parliament, they no longer paying for that because the police service budget has been cut. So that has put additional pressure, which the Western Cape Parliament didn't have before, and therefore is not in their budget baseline. So what they're then doing then is in terms of saying to the Provincial Treasury, reduce our current year's baseline by 800,000, where we can then pay for these pressures for the next 2 years that we did not budget for and we did not know we needed to budget for. So those are the kind of incidences that face majority of the departments, is some of these unintended consequences of fiscal consolidation of national departments or their national partners that's no longer able to pick up costs like they used to. So that's Provincial Parliament, Minister.
Thank you. I'm going to respond to the 3 questions or the 3 points. The first one was about the visualization of the graph. And I want to assure the member that the average is still there on the current graph. It is depicted slightly different. And the reason why we have kind of changed the depiction, and doesn't mean we can change again. We can do so. We did that because we want to share with the members and compare quarter on quarter. So quarter-on-quarter comparison on slide 15 and 16. And then when one see that the bars chart, in the bar chart, the 2 bars are right at the end, one see the average, right? However, the graph doesn't show the line. So we can insert the line going forward, and we to maintain the quarter-on-quarter comparison, it will just show a quarter 1 line, a quarter 2 line, a quarter 3 line, and a quarter 4 line. We will have to make sure that obviously the color is different so that the visualization make it much easier also for everybody to understand. Right. So the average, as I've indicated, is for Western Cape government departments, what 84%, And then one can look and see .P was above, treasury was above, local government above, education slightly under, health under, DSD above, POX above, DCAS 1% under, and then agriculture above, DRAT above, DRI slightly under, and mobility slightly under, and also Department of Environmental Affairs. And one can do the similar also for the public entities. Public entities shows a different story. We could see liquor license below the 77%, Westgaro below, Cassandra slightly below, and Freeport Saldanha below, and Atlantis above. But one also need to look at the number of the indicators. So the percentage change should also not be deceiving, because it might be one indicator and that particular entity may not have a lot of indicators in their annual performance plan. That's the one point. The second point on growth of jobs, yes, one can actually assess and present the data differently, and it would be good after 6 months actually to do a proper analysis, or a much more detailed analysis. One can actually look at if one look at slide 17, one can easily say Treasury and .P as we're working together, and we could actually say, community safety for or POX as an example. That is the 236 youth supported through the Crystal Academies, or we can look at those interventions that stands out that is actually doing. It is really contributing to the number of jobs created, and one can look at what budget program does it lie in a particular department. So one can actually start targeting the budget programs. One can actually look at all these interventions and actually ask, so what is the nature of the jobs created across the departments? And categorize these jobs, the type of jobs created. And also within the population, which population is being targeted, or what is the spatial disaggregation of that. But that would require much more analysis, and one need to actually look at the administrative data and look at the profiling of the beneficiaries that actually receiving these jobs. Looking at the third part, which was HIV AIDS. I now have to be careful because the previous Minister of Health is sitting in the room. I'm only on a lighter note. Okay, so HIV, if one look at Q1, then it's actually 1.34%. So there is actually a decrease. But suffice to say that the target is being achieved, and the target is 1.5%. Right? One can actually go to the Department of Health and actually ask them at the DM level. So there are also different variables that one can look at HIV, and the Department of Health current annual performance plan actually give a very nice depiction of HIV AIDS. Figure 5, 6, 7, and 8. Figure 7 actually speak about the HIV tests and the HIV test positive rates. If one look at figure 8, it speaks about the total clients that started on treatment. And if one look at figure 9, they also speak about the total clients remaining on ART. So it shows that actually those exiting, those remaining on treatment. And it actually gives you a nice nominal value quarter on quarter of those clients that remains on ART. Thank you. I trust that I have answered the questions. Thank you. I'm sorry, Chair. I don't know if my colleague Faisal wants to add on.
Yeah, just a couple of things just on that graph. So the one with the average line is still in the full report. So you will find that on pages 11 and 19. So that's where we put the quarter against the average line. And then I think we can add that graph again. It was really about streamlining the presentation. So we can add that graph, but then we just have additional graphs for the next one again. And then finally, I think we must just remember that in terms of the HIV testing, HIV testing is not compulsory. So that is just out of those who opt to have an HIV test at the health facility, because also doesn't include private sector testing and stuff like that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Members, can we do a final round of questions? I saw Member Mbombu earlier, and I think Member Masipa, did you have a question?
It's just a follow-up for me.
Okay.
There isn't.
Okay. And then so we've got Member Mbombu, Member Masipa, and anyone else? Member Petrus, did you have a question? Go ahead. Please go ahead, Member Mbombu.
Yeah. It's just a follow-up question. The reason that I need to have an understanding, because I also serve full-time in this committee. So you'll find that I'm selective, focusing on the committees where I'm full-time, the questions that I'm raising, so that I could be able, when in that committee, I can take it further with the relevant minister. Now, back to infrastructure. Are you saying that with the almost $500 million, that actually almost $1 billion, almost, that will be the infrastructure will receive for now until 31st of March, which is long overdue because it takes it back to some of the monies that were long overdue because of the disaster. So are you saying that as treasurer, you are really content that I heard you explain that you did write to them to ask that at least this could be spread over at least 2 budget years. So it means that you do confirm that there is no way that they could be able to spend this money. You are also saying the contractors' holiday, usually normally starts in 15 December or something. They said in writing to you that no, treasurer, don't worry, we will spend this money. Up to that, we have secured that there won't be any contractor's holiday. We'll be working to make sure that the billion sort of that we have been allocated are going to be used, to be utilized. If so, are you reassuring us in this committee that we don't want a situation where come Jan, Feb, March, April, and then you say the money like from Western Cape, they've been taken back to the national because it was not spent. And then we are being told, of course, I mean, we got it late. So we know that there's no way you can spend $1 billion with this period when you are not the one who's actually a service. Like in health and education, it's the teacher, is the nurse who does the service. Here, you depend on the contractors. And you are saying the contractors did agree that they will be on holiday, they won't be taking holiday, they'll be working throughout. So my point is about if we indeed, you are saying that yes, it's doable, or it's not doable, and the national says that actually you can be able to spend it only for the in-year. How do you respond to that? How do you respond? Because it is reality that you cannot spend $1 billion within 3 months. You can't spend that. So if it so happens that you cannot spend, it means that later, and then if the national treasurer says that no, we can't split it into 2. Therefore, are you going to return the money? What is your thinking around that? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Mbombu. Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chair. I think I was partly covered by Honorable Mbombo. I was just coming to the 300 million that has been allocated to Department of Agriculture. But I also just wanted to find out what is the net now, because in terms of the total adjustment is 288,017. That's on page 28. Is that the net that, in terms of their request, that ultimately the other has been spent already, as you indicated earlier, that some of this money have already been spent, so they just come in to close up the hole that has been created. So again, on a question of the 25 million allocation to Saldanha Port, I see you have taken 40 million from Westgro. Is Westgro going to be able to continue with its activities without this 40 million, or what are the kind of measures in place to ensure that they are not really adversely affected with your reprioritization? Chair, thank you very much. That's me. I'm out.
Thank you, Member Masipa. Final question, Member Petrus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Are we putting money into public entities at a loss at the moment?
Can you please just repeat that, Member
Are we
Petrus?
putting money into public entities at a loss at the moment? And when are we going to count that loss?
Thank you, Member Petrus. Minister and Department, over to you.
I'll deal with some of the general items quickly. So part of the ability to spend, obviously the team can come in specifically on this particular department that Member Mbombo wants to know about. But some of the questions I would look at, that how I try to interpret is, okay, we got the money late. We would have liked it in April the 1st. We would have liked it then, but it didn't come April the 1st. However, some of the things we're going to have to look at with departments is, do you already have a contract in place? Did you already spend the money? Is it a repayment, or are you going to put a contract in place in order to do this? Are they going to bill through the contractor holiday? If so, what is your timeline? Because we all know we're going into the December period. So if you don't have an arrangement with contractors to build, and it's not just one department, it's everyone. If you don't have an arrangement to build through the holidays, you're going to lose that summer season essentially for building. So it is important for us to plan that if we do foresee that we're not going to have that ability to spend, that we do go into a conversation with National Treasury in that regard. But on this particular item, I'm going to ask the team to come in for that particular department. Then, just in terms of the net expenditure on agriculture, and this is not agriculture alone, it's also infrastructure. Agriculture and infrastructure actually came to the table and said, we need to help alleviate the pressures on other departments. So the difference in agriculture that you're seeing is agriculture saying, actually, maybe another department needs to deal with their pressure more than we have to deal with it. And that's where you see some of the extra money, even through the Provincial Revenue Fund, coming into health and coming into education. And that is equitable share specifically. Okay, if the team can just assist me with the Westgro items. And I'm not sure if there's a particular public entity, Member Petrus, that you're referring to, or perhaps if there's more information for in this regard.
Yes, Member Petrus, please go ahead so we can conclude the deliberations. Is there a specific entity that you were referring to?
I can make one example, like the Jafti Inn or Go George.
Apologies, can you just say that a bit louder, Member Petrus?
Go George or the Jafti Inn?
Yeah, I'm going to ask the team just to come in here. Jipton or Go George, it's not an entity. So we have a contract in order to have Go George specifically. But I'm just going to ask the team to come in on our contract with regarding Go George as well. And then I think those are more or less the questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. Maybe just to indicate that the Westgrow contribution is 5 million when we talk to the Saldanha Freeport. So it is in terms of the investment program, and because there's alignment in terms of the mandate from both Westgrow, what Westgrow needs to achieve, but also what the entity is trying to achieve in trying to bring investors in. And when they raise the risk in terms of the operating expenditure that amounts to 25 million, we obviously had to look at areas that could be reprioritized to speak to assist with this, just to get them over towards the end of to get them to the end of the financial year. I think the plan that the entity has put in place has given us sufficient evidence to say that they do have the ability and capability to actually be on a better footing for the 2025 MTF. They are currently meeting with investors, so we are quite confident that they would be able to pull this through. But I also believe that the Minister of Agriculture is really monitoring this very closely, and he has also attached certain conditions to this. So he is constantly engaging with the entity to ensure that they actually deliver on some of the promises that they're making. But what we have is evidence to say that the entity is busy turning things around. I think. Then maybe to Minister Mbombo, maybe just to elaborate, I think Minister covered it, but the Division of Revenue does make provision to say that if we can show commitment against any allocation, then then there is almost like an automatic approval for rollover. So the other. So we're asking the department, in addition to the letter that we've written, we are also encouraging the department to at least enter into a contractual commitment. So although the work might not be done, the obligation will be there, and therefore it will give us sufficient grounds to apply for a rollover for the Department of Infrastructure specifically, I think. Okay, and then the Go George. It's a tough one, that one. I think there's particular issues, but I do think that I think it would be fair that the Department of Mobility actually provide the committee with further detail around that. And partly because of, I think part of the problem is that the municipality is not in a position to come to the party in terms of funding. So the whole project is being funded from the provincial side, and that is the challenge that we're currently having.
Thank you very much. Members, can we conclude on the deliberations? Thank you so much to the Minister, the HOD, and the entire department. Thank you very much for being here today and for all your patience and the way in which you answered all our questions. It's been a very, very long day, so thank you so much for being here. Minister?
Chair, I just want to say thank you to yourself and the committee members. Often what these type of questions also do is they also assist us in refining our work and how we can better present information and also simplify procedures or some of the way we do things. Something that I've been very passionate about as well, the department knows, is in simplification of languages. It's not very easy within the finance sector, and especially within the finance department, given how technical it is. You've seen, for example, the artwork we've done with the Children's Commissioner Office, but also what you'll see in our media statement from today is we used artificial intelligence in order to create an BPS budget for Gen Z youth. So if you know Gen Z youth that don't feel like reading an hour-long speech and only wants to read like a 2-page summary, we've used the ability of artificial intelligence to assist us to try and put some of these very big technical terms into budget into friendly language. But also just thank you to the team, because some of the reforms in the budget process that we've implemented recently has not been easy, because it really has been an institutionalization of teamwork and institutionalization of trust. It's been a different type of budget procedure, given that in a new term you follow the drafting of the new PSP, whereas in every other year you already have a PSP almost that is there for you to follow. So it's not been an easy journey, but something that we've been passionate about is, with departments, how are we going to solve particular things together? It's not you knocking on the provincial treasury's door. It's not provincial treasury knocking on your door. What are we doing to prevent? What are we doing to mitigate? But if we can't prevent, if we can't mitigate, how are we going to fix it together? It's again coming back to the quote of, if we give the tools for the boat, but then you must build it. Or if we build the boat, then you must sail it. But we must fix the problems together. And especially also with making sure that we work towards the future for diversifying our provincial revenue. We still have a lot of work to do in that regard. And I'm sure that in the future, the Budget Committee will call us in terms of how will we diversify our own provincial revenue basis. But thank you to the team. Everyone here, also those in the team from the Mero that was here a bit earlier, that left us a bit earlier. And also just to my team in the ministry for their long hours and hard work in assisting me in this process, and all of my colleagues in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. HOD, is there anything from your side?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee. I've said this previously. These engagements assist us in sharpening our tools, but also thank you to the entire team, and also to those that we've left in the offices and working behind the scenes. To them, to each one of them, really thankful. And then thank you to Minister for the support. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Minister, HOD, and your entire team, you are free to go. The rest of the members, please just bear with us for a few minutes and then we can conclude. Mr. David did say that there is some refreshments at the back. I'm sure you might need it. Thank you so much. Okay, members, thank you. Members, we just have to adopt a draft committee report, and I will read to you the report. It reads as follows. Report of the Budget Committee, having considered the Municipal Economic Review and Outlook 2024 to 25, dated 26 November 2024 as follows. The Budget Committee report that it convened on the 26th of November and has concluded its deliberations on the Western Cape Government Municipal Economic Review and Outlook 2024-2025, referred to it. Members, do I have your approval? I do not see any hands, so I'm guessing that's a yes. Members who have minuted or noted some of the resolutions and requests for more information, which will be minuted, and we can just then adopt the minutes at the next committee meeting. Members, please be reminded, the Budget Committee members, of our DORA meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in Chambers. It's been communicated that it's in person and it's the Division of Revenue. So please be present and fresh. Thank you very much. It's been a long day. This meeting is now adjourned. Thanks.
you.